If you're hearing this, it's already too late to unhear what's coming. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Every week we bring you the most disturbing, most terrifying rules horror stories from the darkest corners of the internet. These aren't just stories, they're survival guides. And tonight, the rules are more dangerous than ever. If you're new here, hit subscribe. If you're a returning survivor, drop a comment and tell us which rule you'd break, if you dare. This is not a video you want to skip. Watch until the very end, because the final twist will change how you sleep tonight. Some jobs ask for experience. This one asks for obedience. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every whisper could be a warning, and every rule is a matter of survival. Tonight's true tale comes from a lonely train station in El Paso, where the 3 a.m. shift is more than just quiet. It's alive. This is I Work at a Train Station at Night in El Paso. We have 3 strange rules, and if you think you'd follow them, you're not ready. Before we begin, subscribe if you think silence is never just silence, and drop a comment below. Would you ask a stranger what year it is? Because after tonight, you just might have to. Stay until the end. This story has a final stop, and not everyone gets off the train. Midnight at El Paso Union Depot. You'd think a place built for arrivals and departures, for the constant thrum of movement would feel wrong when empty. You'd be right. The silence in the cavernous main hall wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, echoing, amplifying the scuff of my own worn sneakers on the polished tile, the distant hum of the ancient HVAC system, the lonely sigh of the desert wind rattling the tall yet arched windows. Outside, the lights of El Paso and Juarez blinked across the border, a river of light separating 2 worlds. Inside, there was just me, the ghosts of passengers long departed, and the weight of 3 a.m. looming. The pay for the graveyard shift ticket agent was barely enough to cover rent on my dingy apartment, but it beat the crushing weight of student loans and the echoing silence of unemployment after dropping out mid-semester. So here I was, Daniel Reyes, dispenser of late-night tickets to nowhere, keeper of the keys to an echoing tomb disguised as a train station. Mostly, the job was just profound boredom, punctuated by the occasional weary traveler or freight crew passing through. Mostly. Except for the list-old Caleb Hayes, the station's resident phantom of maintenance, had given me my first week. 3 rules he swore weren't suggestions, spat out between puffs of a hand-rolled cigarette, his eyes grim. Rules, he said, were the only difference between clocking out and just disappearing down the line. The station itself was magnificent, in a faded, haunted way. Grand Spanish colonial revival architecture, soaring ceilings, intricate tilework, heavy carved wooden benches, worn smooth by a century of waiting. But at night, the grandeur felt hollow, the shadows pooling deep and dark under the high arches, the vast emptiness swallowing sound. The air smelled perpetually of diesel fumes, ingrained dust, faint disinfectant, and sometimes, inexplicably, like old, cheap perfume or stale cigar smoke. When no one else was around, Caleb Hayes materialized from the shadowed end of the concourse, pushing a rattling cleaning cart with the slow, deliberate pace of a man who had walked these floors for more decades than I'd been alive. He was wiry, weathered, his face a roadmap etched by desert sun and something deeper, more weary. His faded gray uniform hung loosely on his frame. He stopped, as I'd seen him do before, by the massive, ornate station clock mounted high on the wall. He didn't just glance at it. He pulled out a small, tarnished silver key, unlocked a tiny panel at its base, fiddled inside for a moment, listened intently with his head cocked, then locked it again with a decisive click, seemingly satisfied, though the clock already showed the correct time. He nodded curtly as he passed my booth. "Quiet night, Reyes." "So far, Caleb," I replied. His rituals, his quiet intensity unnerved me almost as much as the station itself. A few minutes later, Maria Flores, the overnight security guard, made her rounds. Young, maybe late 20s, but with watchful eyes that held no illusions about the job or the location. Her uniform was crisp, her posture alert as she scanned the echoing hall. "Todo tranquilo, Danny?" she asked, pausing by my window. "Yeah, Maria. Dead as usual," I said. She nodded, her gaze sweeping the empty benches, the shadowed corners. Good. Keep it that way." She lowered her voice slightly. "Caleb seem okay tonight? Saw him messing with that clock again." "Same as always," I shrugged. "Right," she said, a hint of something unreadable in her tone. "Caution? Pity? Just, he gets set in his ways. Watches things. Stick to your post. Report anything really weird. Don't go wandering." She gave a brief nod and continued her patrol, her footsteps echoing smartly before fading into the vastness. Her warning about Caleb felt as much a part of the station's strangeness as the rules themselves. I tried to focus on paperwork, the rhythmic click of my pen the only sound for a long stretch, but the unease was a constant companion here. Lights in the distant, unused platform. 5 corridor would flicker when no trains were due. I'd hear faint footsteps on the mezzanine above, only to find it completely empty when I forced myself to look. And always, the feeling of being watched from the high, shadowed arches overhead. Just before 1 a.m., Caleb reappeared, leaning against the ticket window, the smell of harsh tobacco clinging to him. His usual gruffness was replaced by that same grim seriousness I remembered from my first night. "All right, Reyes," reminder. "Night's young yet." He ticked the points off on his gnarled fingers, his voice low and urgent. "Rule 1. After midnight, you see a kid. Alone. On the platforms, in the waiting room, doesn't matter. Looks lost. Maybe crying. You ignore him. Completely. Don't talk to him. Don't approach him. Don't call it in unless they're causing a real disturbance. Which they usually don't. They're just there. You leave him be. Understand?" I nodded, the memory of his initial warning making my skin crawl. "Rule 2. Vending machine down by the west entrance," he continued, jerking a thumb towards the dimly lit area. "The old one rattles like hell. Sometimes it gives out more than just soda. Might drop an old train ticket. Brittle thing may be dated decades ago. If it does, you leave it. Don't touch it. Don't pick it up. Don't even look at it too close. Just walk away. Rule 3. He leaned closer, his eyes boring into mine. "Someone comes up to you. Might look like station staff. Might look like anyone. But they say something specific. Relax, kid. Or go home, or something like. It's not your shift tonight. If you hear those words, or anything damn close, you don't argue. You don't panic. You look him straight in the eye, and you ask him one question. Nice and calm. What year is it? Got it. Ask the year." He straightened up, the intensity fading slightly. "Just follow the rules, kid. Keeps the echoes quiet. Mostly." He gave another curt nod and shuffled off towards the maintenance tunnels, leaving me alone again in the echoing silence. Echoes. Was that what they were? I shook my head, trying to dismiss it. Just an old man. An old station, late-night jitters. I glanced up at the main departure board hanging high above the concourse, its digital display showing the next Amtrak departure, hours away. As I watched, the bright pixelated letters flickered violently for a split second. Oh, the Amtrak info vanished, replaced by crisp, antique-looking white text. Golden State Limited, Chicago. Platform 2, on time. Oct. 17, 1948. My heart stopped. I blinked, staring, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion. Then, just as quickly, the board flickered again, snapping back to the current Amtrak schedule. Nothing. Had I imagined it? Or was 1948 just another echo, waiting for its train on the midnight dispatch? The silence of the station suddenly felt infinitely deeper, colder. The first week bled into the second, a blur of echoing silence, stale coffee, and the low, mournful cry of distant freight trains passing through the desert night. I learned the station's nocturnal rhythms, the precise time the last Amtrak pulled out, leaving the platforms utterly deserted, the way the old building groaned and settled in the cooling air, the specific pattern of Maria Flores' security patrols, the almost ritualistic way Caleb Hayes would appear from the maintenance tunnels, check certain clocks or specific floor tiles, then vanish again into the shadows. And I learned to live with the low-level hum of anxiety generated by his 3 rules, constantly replaying them in my head. The first test came on a Tuesday night, or maybe Wednesday morning. The hours blurred together here. The 1:17 a.m. train to Dallas had departed, its receding rumble fading into the vast quiet. I was doing a quick walkthrough of the platforms, the air still carrying the faint metallic scent of diesel and hot brakes. Platform 3 was deserted, bathed in the weak yellow glow of the overhead safety lights, stretching long and empty towards the darkness at the far end. Except it wasn't entirely empty. Standing utterly still near the very end of the platform, partially obscured by a support pillar, was the figure of a small child. They wore simple, slightly old-fashioned looking clothes, overalls perhaps, and seemed to be staring out towards the dark, empty tracks. My heart gave a jolt. A lost kid? At this hour? Every instinct screamed at me to approach, to call out, ask if they were okay, find their parents. But Rule 1 slammed down like a crossing gate. See a lone child after midnight. Don't speak to them. Caleb's grim face, his urgent warning, echoed in my mind. Leave 'em be. Draws attention you don't want. I forced myself to stop, to turn around, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the concrete, as I walked briskly back towards the brightly lit main concourse, fighting the urge to look back. The feeling of wrongness, of abandoning a potentially lost child, warred with the cold primal fear Caleb's rules had instilled. Back inside the relative safety of the main hall, I risked a glance back through the large glass doors towards platform 3. It was empty, completely empty. No sign anyone had ever been there. Just the shadows, the yellow lights, and the lonely stretch of track disappearing into the desert night. Had I imagined it? A trick of the light? Or was that one of the echoes Caleb mentioned? Later, when Maria made her rounds, I reported it carefully over the internal radio, keeping my voice steady. Dispatch Reyes. Thought I saw maybe an unattended child on platform 3 about 10 minutes ago. Did a sweep. Platform is clear now. Just logging it. Her voice crackled back, professional but with an edge of something else. Platform 3. After midnight? Negative. Reyes. Cameras show platforms clear for the last hour. Probably just shadows playing tricks down that end. Or a stray coyote pup wandering in. Good call not to approach anything unusual out there alone, though. Shadows. Right. But the image felt too solid, too present. When Caleb shuffled through later, emptying trash bins, I tried a different tack. Hey Caleb, ever have problems with kids getting separated from parents on the late trains? Must be easy to lose track in a place this big. He stopped abruptly, dropping a bin lid with a clang that echoed through the hall. He turned, his face pale under the fluorescent lights, eyes narrowed. Kids? Lost? He rasped, his voice tight. No, not lost, just echoes, kid. Things left behind. Sounds left behind. You see something? Thought I saw a kid on platform 3 earlier, I admitted hesitantly. Caleb's reaction was immediate, almost violent. Platform 3? After midnight? He gripped his broom handle tightly. Listen to me, Reyes. You leave it alone. Don't look too close. Don't talk to them. Don't even think about them too hard. They're just static on the line. You mess with static, you get noise you don't want. Understand? Stick to the damn ticket counter. He turned abruptly and shuffled away, muttering under his breath about echoes and stirring things up. His fear was more convincing than any denial. Later that night, tidying the lost and found shelf behind the counter, mostly just old phone chargers and forgotten paperbacks, my fingers brushed against something small and wooden. It was a little toy train, carved from dark wood, clearly handmade, its wheels worn smooth. It looked decades old. I was certain it hadn't been there when I started my shift. I stared at it for a long moment, the wood cool against my fingertips, then carefully placed it back exactly where I found it, trying to ignore the sudden icy dread coiling in my stomach. The following nights were tense. Every shadow seemed to hold a small figure. Every distant sound could be a child's cry. I did my rounds quickly, sticking to well-lit areas, avoiding platform 3 entirely after midnight. The feeling of being watched was constant. A prickle on the back of my neck, once or twice. I thought I heard faint, discordant whistling drifting through the empty concourse. That recurring whistler echo Caleb had vaguely mentioned. But the sound always faded before I could pinpoint its source. The station's inherent creepiness was amplified by my knowledge of the rules, turning mundane occurrences into potential threats. One particularly slow night, craving caffeine and sugar, I made my way to the ancient, rattling vending machine tucked away in the deserted West Wing waiting area. The machine was a relic, chrome-pitted, selection faded, humming loudly in the silence. I fed it some crumpled dollar bills, pressed the button for a soda. The machine groaned, shuddered violently, then dispensed my can with a loud clatter. But something else fell into the delivery tray with it. Not a coin, but a small rectangular piece of stiff cardstock. Curious, I picked up my soda and peered closer. It was an old-fashioned train ticket, the paper yellowed and brittle with age. Heavy, ornate font declared it property of the Southern Pacific Line. The destination was smudged, unreadable, perhaps water-damaged long ago. But the date, stamped clearly in faded purple ink, was chillingly legible. Oct 17, 1948. Rule 2. If the vending machine gives out an expired ticket, don't take it. My fingers hovered over the ticket. It felt strangely compelling. A tangible piece of the past right here. Where did it lead in 1948? Who was meant to take that journey? What story did it hold? The urge to pick it up, to slip it into my pocket, was surprisingly strong. But Caleb's grim warning echoed louder. Don't touch it. I snatched my soda can and backed away quickly, leaving the impossible ticket lying forlornly in the metal tray, the vending machine humming innocently behind me, though now its hum seemed to hold a low, expectant thrum. I mentioned it to Maria when she passed through later. That old vending machine by the west entrance just gave me a train ticket from 1948 along with my soda. She sighed, shaking her head, but didn't seem overly surprised. That old junker, always acting up. Last week, it spat out only dimes. Caleb's forever tinkering with its insides. Says he's recalibrating the temporal sequencer or some damn fool thing like that. She rolled her eyes. Probably just crossed some wires messing around. Ignore anything weird it spits out, Danny. Seriously. She logged the malfunction on her report, adding a note about Caleb's maintenance. Later, making another round, I saw Caleb near that same vending machine. He wasn't using tools. He had the front panel open slightly, and I saw him carefully place something small and metallic, maybe one of those old silver dollars, into the coin return slot from the inside. He was humming softly to himself, a tune I didn't recognize. He closed the panel quickly when he saw me approaching, giving me a guarded look. "Just checking the condenser," he mumbled, shuffling away. He wasn't fixing it. He was interacting with it, purposefully. As I walked back towards the main hall, the air suddenly grew thick with a heavy sulfurous smell of coal smoke, pungent and overwhelming for a few seconds, then vanished completely, and glancing up at the big station clock. Caleb's clock. I could have sworn the second hand stuttered, jumped backwards 5 full seconds, then resumed its steady sweep, as if nothing had happened. The station wasn't just haunted by echoes. Something or someone was actively stirring the timeline. The feeling of temporal instability grew stronger over the following nights. I started hearing things more clearly. Not just whispers, but distinct snippets of conversation drifting from empty waiting rooms, speaking of train schedules from the 50s, or arguments in rapid-fire Spanish that sounded like they belonged in a different century altogether. I saw shadows that moved with purpose, figures in wide-brimmed hats or long skirts vanishing around corners just as I turned. The station felt less empty, more crowded with unseen, displaced presences. My sleep schedule was wrecked. Caffeine intake maxed out. Paranoia became my default setting. It happened on a Thursday. The 3:30 a.m. arrival from Houston was delayed, leaving the station particularly dead. I was leaning against the ticket counter, fighting to keep my eyes open, when footsteps approached steadily across the echoing tile floor. I looked up, expecting Maria on her rounds. Instead, it was a man in a slightly worn but clean station porter uniform, the kind they hadn't used in maybe 20 years. He looked vaguely familiar. Maybe George, one of the older guys who worked the baggage claim during the day shift? But something was off. His eyes seemed too bright, almost feverish, and his smile was wide, fixed, unnatural. He stopped at the counter, leaning in conspiratorially. "Rough night, huh?" he said, his voice sounding distant, slightly tinny. "Slow one. Guess I'm a bit early for my shift. Might as well take over now. Let you get some rest." He winked, a horribly artificial gesture. "It's not your shift tonight." The words hit me like a physical blow. Rule 3. My heart leaped into my throat. This wasn't George. This was something else. Something wearing George's face. I gripped the edge of the counter, forcing myself to meet that fixed, unnatural smile. My voice came out as a croak. My mistake. Must have lost track of time working nights. I took a shaky breath. "What year is it?" The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The figure's smile froze, then cracked like plaster. Confusion washed over its features, replaced by raw, primal terror. The eyes widened, pupils dilating into black pits. The phone began to flicker violently, like a bad television signal. Edges blurring, features elongating, stretching into something impossibly tall and thin. For a horrifying instant, a silent scream seemed to emanate from it, a pressure building inside my head, making my teeth ache. Then, with a final violent flicker, it dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only the faint smell of ozone and the heavy silence of the station. I was shaking uncontrollably, leaning heavily on the counter for support. I grabbed my radio, my voice trembling. "Maria? Flores, come in." Her voice crackled back almost instantly. "Reyes? What's wrong?" "Rule 3. I choked out. "Just invoked Rule 3. Looked like George from baggage claim said it wasn't my shift." There was a pause, then Maria's voice grim, serious. "George retired 5 years ago, Danny. Died from a heart attack 2 years back." Another pause. "You asked the year?" Yeah, I did." "Good," she said, the single word carrying immense weight. "Stay put. I'm on my way." Her quick arrival, the grim understanding in her eyes as I stammered out the description, offered cold comfort but undeniable validation. The rules were real. The threats were real. The threats were real. Latter, driven by a need to confront the only person who might have actual answers, I found Caleb Hayes in a dimly lit maintenance tunnel, ostensibly checking junction boxes. I told him about George, about asking the year, about the figure dissolving. Caleb reacted with sudden, defensive anger, throwing a wrench down with a clang. Imagination, he spat, refusing to look at me. Lack of sleep. This damn station plays tricks on you when you're tired, makes you see things. I told you, stick to the damn rules I gave you and stop chasing shadows. You keep poking around, asking questions, you're gonna stir up trouble you can't handle. He turned his back, pointedly resuming his work on the junction box, shutting down the conversation completely. His denial was too vehement, too angry. He wasn't just dismissive. He was actively trying to stop me from understanding. Back in the relative safety of the ticket booth, feeling more isolated than ever, my hand brushed against something hard in the back of a rarely used drawer as I searched for spare ticket rolls. I pulled it out. An old, tarnished brass railroad pocket watch. Heavy, ornate. I popped the cover. The hands were stopped. Not at midnight, not at 3. They pointed precisely to 4:17. I didn't know why, but the stopwatch felt like another piece of the puzzle, another echo from a time that refused to stay dead. And I had a growing, sickening feeling that Caleb Hayes knew exactly what time it was referencing. Caleb Hayes was lying. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, cold and sharp amidst the echoing silence of the station. His angry denials, his overly vehement dismissals of the station's escalating weirdness, his insistence I stick to the rules and stop chasing shadows. It wasn't just the caution of an old man weary of superstition. It was active misdirection. He knew more. He was involved. Fueled by a mixture of fear and frustrated anger, I started watching him, really watching him, during the dead hours of my shift. His maintenance routines took on a sinister new light. They weren't random. They weren't random. He always lingered near specific, seemingly innocuous spots. The rattling vending machine in the West Wing. The far-shadowed end of Platform 3 where I'd seen the child echo. The grand, ornate station clock he meticulously adjusted despite it, keeping perfect time. He carried a different tool bag on these late-night rounds. Smaller, heavier, clinking softly with contents that didn't sound like wrenches and screwdrivers. One particularly quiet night, convinced Caleb was up to something near Platform 3 again, I slipped away from the ticket counter, using the deep shadows cast by the massive support pillars for cover. I saw him disappear into a narrow, disused maintenance tunnel, tucked away behind a stack of forgotten luggage carts. A tunnel clearly marked. No entry. Danger. My heart pounded. This was it. Waiting until I heard his shuffling footsteps fade deeper into the tunnel, I pulled out my phone's flashlight and cautiously followed. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp concrete, rust and stale oil. It was colder here. The silence absolute except for the drip of unseen water. Tucked away behind a pile of discarded metal shelving and loose bricks, I found his cache. A battered metal lockbox forced open easily. Inside weren't maintenance tools. It held several notebooks filled with Caleb's tight, cramped handwriting, yellowed newspaper clippings detailing disappearances or unexplained deaths connected to the station going back decades, hand-drawn diagrams overlaying station blueprints with complex symbols and what looked like astrological charts. And nestled amongst the papers were strange components, old vacuum tubes, coils of copper wire, crudely soldered circuit boards attached to batteries, makeshift devices. The notebooks told a story far darker than malfunctioning equipment or lingering echoes. They spoke of Caleb's younger brother, Thomas, vanishing without a trace from Platform 3 one night in the late 1940s. Caleb, just a teenager then himself, had apparently been there, witnessed something. He blamed himself. The notebooks chronicled decades of consuming grief, morphing into obsessive research, into local folklore, temporal mechanics, fringe science, anything that offered a sliver of explanation or hope. He hadn't just become aware of the station's thin spots. He had actively sought them out, mapping them. He referred to the force behind the phenomena not as ghosts, but as it, or the taker, or, chillingly, the collector of lost things. His maintenance wasn't maintenance at all. It was experimentation. He was using his crude devices, powered by tapping into the station's old electrical grid, trying to measure, amplify, even trigger the anomalies, particularly around the time and place his brother vanished. He was trying to force open a door, to bargain with the collector, to somehow get Thomas back. The pocket watch I'd found, Thomas's watch, stopped at 4:17 a.m., the moment Caleb believed his brother was taken. One entry, dated just yesterday, detailed his plan for tonight. A specific planetary alignment, combined with tapping into a major power conduit near Platform 3, would create the strongest resonance yet. His best chance, he wrote, to make contact. I had to stop him. This wasn't just grief anymore. It was dangerous, reckless obsession that could tear the fragile fabric of this place apart. I raced back out of the tunnel, heart hammering, just as the lights overhead flickered violently. I found him at the deserted far end of Platform 3, exactly where the notebook indicated, kneeling beside a large, open junction box near the tracks, wire snaked out, connected to one of his humming, faintly glowing contraptions. The air around him felt unnaturally cold, vibrating slightly. "Caleb, stop!" I yelled, running down the platform towards him. "I know what you're doing. I found the notebooks. Thomas, you can't bring him back like this. You'll get us all killed." He scrambled to his feet, spinning around, his face illuminated by the eerie glow of his device. It wasn't the face of a weary old man anymore. It was the face of a zealot, eyes wide with a terrifying mixture of panic, fury, and insane hope. "You meddling fool," he snarled, shielding the device with his body. "You stay away. You don't understand. It took him. The collector. It keeps them. The lost ones, the echoes. But tonight, the resonance is perfect. I can make contact. I can offer it something. Maybe it'll trade." "Trade what, Caleb?" I yelled, skidding to a halt a few feet away. "There's nothing to trade. There's always something," he screamed back, his voice cracking. "Those rules I gave you, just worthless scraps to keep nosy idiots like you away from the real work, away from the thin spots. Tonight it will listen. Tonight, Thomas comes home." As he frantically twisted a dial on his humming device, the air pressure dropped dramatically. The lights along the platform flickered and died, plunging us into near darkness, lit only by the device's sickly green glow and the distant city lights. A low multi-toned humming rose, seemingly from the tracks themselves, from the very air around us, growing steadily louder, resonating deep in my chest. The shadows beneath the platform canopy writhed, deepened, coalescing into a swirling vortex of utter blackness, far darker than the surrounding night. And within that swirling void, faint, translucent shapes began to flicker into existence. The pale face of the lone child I'd seen, its eyes wide with eternal fear. The fixed, artificial smile of the man who looked like George. Dozens of other, indistinct figures in clothes from countless different eras. Their faces masks of sorrow, confusion, or terror. The collector wasn't one thing. It was a maelstrom of captured moments, of souls snagged on the hooks of time and tragedy, all swirling within its cold, consuming vortex. The air filled with a cacophony of overlapping whispers, fragments of goodbyes never said, anxious questions in Spanish and English, train whistles from phantom engines, and weaving through it all, the faint mocking tune of the whistler. "It's here!" Caleb cried, tears streaming down his face, a grotesque mix of terror and ecstatic hope. "It heard," He turned towards the swirling vortex, arms outstretched. Take me. Take me if you want. Just give him back. Give me back my brother. The vortex surged, darkness reaching for him like greedy tendrils. Tickets. Dozens, hundreds of brittle, expired train tickets from every era fluttered down from the swirling void like dead leaves. Child echoes flickered like faulty projections at its edges. Then Caleb spun, his eyes locking onto me with wild desperation. Or take him, he shrieked, pointing a trembling finger my way. He is new, unclaimed, a fresh echo. Take him instead. Take him instead! The swirling mass of shadows and flickering souls, the predatory core of the collector, hesitated for a fraction of a second, then surged towards me. The whispers intensified into a deafening roar of countless lost voices, tendrils of absolute cold, filled with faint, struggling shapes, reached out, promising oblivion, promising collection. I was trapped between Caleb's insane, grief-stricken bargaining and the full, terrifying manifestation of the entity that haunted the crossroads of time at Union Depot. The swirling vortex of shadows and spectral figures recoiled violently as my shouted question, "What year is it?" echoed across the deserted platform. It wasn't a command it recognized, not part of the grief or fear it fed upon. It was a paradox, a temporal anchor thrown into its chaotic storm. The collected echoes within flickered violently, their forms distorting, as if struggling against the intrusion of linear time. The deafening whispers faltered, the oppressive psychic weight lessened fractionally, the forward surge halting. In that momentary disruption, harsh beams from heavy-duty flashlights cut through the unnatural darkness from the concourse entrance. DPD. Drop it, Caleb. Step away from the edge. Maria Flores's voice, amplified electronically, sharp with authority. She wasn't alone. 2 uniformed El Paso police officers flanked her, weapons held at low ready, their presence a sudden, jarring intrusion of mundane procedure into the supernatural chaos. The combination, my reality-checking question, the sudden bright lights, the assertion of official authority, seemed to overload the manifestation. The swirling vortex shuddered, pulsed weakly, then rapidly pulled back, dissolving into the deepest shadows beneath the platform canopy, like smoke dispersing in a strong wind. The whispers faded, the spectral figures vanished. Left behind was only a profound, bone-deep cold that felt colder than any desert night, the faint smell of ozone, and the low, erratic hum of Caleb's sputtering device. Caleb Hayes himself collapsed onto the grimy concrete, the device clattering from his nerveless fingers. He wasn't physically harmed, but his eyes were vacant, staring blankly towards the shadows where the collector had retreated, whispering his brother's name. Thomas. Almost. He seemed utterly broken, the decades of obsessive hope shattering. In the face of that terrifying reality, Maria moved in quickly, efficiently cuffing Caleb. For his own safety, she muttered, more to herself than to me, as she recited his rites in a low monotone. Her professional mask was firmly back in place, but I saw the slight tremor in her hands as she holstered her own weapon, the deep unease in her eyes as she surveyed the platform. She signaled the other officers to secure the area, their bewildered faces stark in the flashlight beams. Lighter. While waiting for paramedics to assess Caleb, who remained largely unresponsive, lost in his own fractured timeline, and for detectives to arrive, Maria found me leaning heavily against a cold support pillar, trying to stop shaking. "You okay, Reyes?" she asked, her voice quiet now. "Define okay," I managed, my voice hoarse. She offered a grim smile that didn't reach her eyes, asking the year. "Damn, never seen that work on, well, on something that big before. Usually just disperses the smaller echoes." She sighed, looking down the dark platform. "My abuelo, my grandfather, he worked this station 50 years. Lost his younger sister right here. Platform 3. Back in the 30s, Saichi just walked towards a sad little girl waving from the tracks and vanished. He always warned us about the Collector of Sorrows. Called this station a Lugar Delgado, a thin place. Said it draws things in, things that get lost between the moments, things that feed on grief. She looked towards the unresponsive Caleb with pity. He wasn't the first to lose someone here, Danny, and he wasn't the first to get obsessed trying to bargain with the silence. It never ends well. Her words confirmed it. The rules weren't arbitrary. They were hard-learned survival tactics against a specific, predatory entity drawn to this nexus of travel and tragedy. Caleb hadn't just been eccentric. He'd been actively, dangerously engaging with it, fueled by a grief I could barely comprehend. As the paramedics wheeled Caleb away on a gurney, still murmuring his brother's name, I felt a cold dread settle over me. I had survived the direct confrontation, but the Collector knew me now. It had focused on me. I retrieved Caleb's notebook from where it had fallen near his device. The last entry was frantic, almost illegible, referencing Thomas's pocket watch, the one I still had, tucked away. The watch holds his last second here. Caleb had scrawled, "Maybe it can follow the time? Maybe it trade? Watch for the boy?" Had Caleb intended to offer the watch, or me, as bait? Maria watched me pocket the notebook. "Detectives will want a statement," she said quietly. "Keep the weird stuff minimal, plausible. Caleb's breakdown, faulty equipment he built. They won't understand the rest. No one does, unless they work the midnight dispatch long enough." She paused. "You gonna stay?" The question hung in the cold air. Stay here, knowing what lurked just beyond the flickering lights, knowing the Collector now knew my name. Or run. I looked down the long, empty platform, the silence seeming to press in again. I gave my statement, focused on Caleb's erratic behavior, his strange devices, the localized power surges, the resulting disorientation, and hallucinations under duress. I mentioned his obsession with his brother's disappearance decades ago. Plausible deniability. The detectives seemed to buy it, or were willing to, classifying it as a mental health crisis exacerbated by trespassing and tampering with station equipment. Caleb was transferred to a long-term psychiatric facility. I quit the next morning, handed him my badge, my keys, my ill-fitting uniform. I didn't say goodbye to Maria. We just shared a brief nod, a silent acknowledgement of the shared secret, the shared survival. I walked out of Union Depot into the bright El Paso morning sun, feeling like a deep-sea diver surfacing too quickly, the mundane world seeming too loud, too bright, unreal. Before leaving town, I drove out to a deserted stretch of highway and threw Thomas Hayes' tarnished pocket watch as far as I could into the creosote-dotted desert. Let the past stay buried. Months later, a new city, hundreds of miles away. Gray skies, persistent rain, the antithesis of the dry desert heat. I found a quiet job, data entry in a windowless office. Tried to build a wall of routine around the memories, around the lingering chill that sometimes surfaced for no reason. I avoided train stations, bus depots, anywhere with that specific transient energy, that feeling of people lost between destinations. I thought I was okay, managing. Then the subtle shifts began, finding myself inexplicably drawn to missing persons posters, taped to lampposts, feeling a pang of illogical empathy for the faded faces staring out, a discomfort in large crowds. Not claustrophobia, but an unnerving awareness of the individual threads of loneliness and quiet desperation humming beneath the noise, and the figures at the edge of my vision. A child darting down an alleyway who vanishes when I look directly. An old man in outdated clothes, glimpsed in a shop window reflection. The faint strain of whistling just on the edge of hearing, late at night, echoes, or was my mind simply replaying the trauma? I clung to the latter explanation, until today, waiting for a bus on a busy downtown street corner. The city a swirl of gray drizzle and hurried commuters. Normalcy. Then, the sudden, localized chill. Not just the damp air, but that specific bone-deep cold I remembered from Platform 3, raising gooseflesh on my arms. And with it, faint but unmistakable, the smell of ozone and something else. Something like dust and unshed tears. My head snapped up, scanning the crowd frantically. Across the street, amidst the anonymous rush of bodies and umbrellas, I saw her, just for a second, standing perfectly still on the wet pavement. A small girl, maybe 5 or 6, pale face turned towards me, wearing simple, slightly old-fashioned clothes damp with rain. Her eyes were wide, dark, empty. The child from Platform 3. The child from Platform 3. A bus pulled up, momentarily blocking my view. When it pulled away, she was gone. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, the city's noise fading to a dull roar in my ears, the unnatural chill lingering around me like a shroud. I had left El Paso. I had left the station. But the collector remembers. Its vast, sorrowful collection wasn't bound by geography, and it knew my name. It saw me. The rules didn't apply out here, but the awareness, the chilling connection forged in that terrified night remained. I was marked, attuned to loss, forever catching glimpses of the collected ghosts in the periphery of the living world. The final departure had never really happened. You can quit the job, you can leave the city, but you can't unlearn the rules. He saw the echoes, he followed the guidelines, he survived. But the collector doesn't clock out. And it remembers faces. If this story chilled you, tell us in the comments, what rule would you break? Or better yet, which one would break you? Subscribe to Tonight Creepypasta Rules for more stories where reality is thin, and rules are the only thing between you and the echo that wants to wear your skin. Next time you're in a quiet station and someone tells you, it's not your shift tonight, don't panic. Just ask, what year is it? This isn't a warning, it's an arrival. When the sun sets over Willow Creek, the ground remembers, and what lies beneath the soil doesn't always stay buried. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every shadow holds a story, and every story holds a warning. Tonight's tale? I work the graveyard night shift. We have 3 strange rules to survive. And believe me, they're not just rules. They're conditions for staying alive. Stay till the end. There's a twist buried in this one. Deep and still breathing. Deep and still breathing. Comment below. Would you walk into a fog that only covers one grave? And if you hear crying from an empty plot, would you stop? Subscribe if you know some doors shouldn't be opened. Especially the ones that lock from the inside. And now, let's walk into the dark together. Most people lock their doors against the darkness. Me? I lock myself inside it 5 nights a week. The massive, wrought iron gates of Willow Creek Cemetery groaned, shut behind me, the heavy clank of the padlock echoing unnervingly in the vast, deepening twilight. Another shift began. Honestly, the job wasn't bad. Surprisingly good pay for walking around in the quiet dark, checking fences, making sure no teenagers were trying to spook themselves or vandalize history. And mostly, it was quiet. A profound, heavy silence layered over the distant hum of the city, broken only by the sigh of wind through the ancient, drooping willows that gave the cemetery its name, or the occasional mournful cry of an owl. Peaceful, even if you ignored the rules. Willow Creek was beautiful, in a melancholy, time-worn way. Rolling hills dotted with angels, weathered smooth by forgotten rains. Obelisks listing slightly like tired sentinels. Mausoleums clinging to hillsides like stone barnacles. Moonlight silvered the marble, cast long dancing shadows from the gnarled oaks and maples. The air smelled damp, earthy, of decaying leaves and late-blooming jasmine clinging to the stone walls near the entrance, a sweet perfume overlaying the inevitable scent of cold earth. It was easy sometimes to forget where you were, to just appreciate the stillness, until you remembered the rules old Abner Cole, the senior groundskeeper, had drilled into me during my first week. Rules delivered with the weary gravity of a man reciting scripture he desperately wished wasn't true. I'd just taken over from Abner as dusk settled, the sky bruising purple and orange. He was finishing his usual end-of-day ritual, tending the small, meticulously kept plot near the oldest willow tree where his wife, Martha, rested. He didn't just place flowers. He spoke to her quietly, straightened the small stone marker, pulled weeds with a focused tenderness that felt deeply personal, almost devotional. He looked up as I approached, his face deeply lined, eyes the color of faded denim under bushy gray brows. "Evening, Rowan," he grunted, wiping dirt from his calloused hands onto his worn overalls. "Quiet day. Cooler tonight, wind's picking up." He gathered his tools. That Professor fella, Holloway, was poking around again, down by the hemlock section. "Left this for you." Abner handed me a crisp white business card. Dr. Julian Holloway, Historical Archives and Thanatological Studies. Below the name, a handwritten note. "M's Gray. If you observe any unusual bioluminescent fungi or significant atmospheric anomalies during your patrols, particularly after midnight, I would be most grateful for a detailed account. Call anytime." "Bioluminescent fungi." I raised an eyebrow. Abner snorted, a dry, humorless sound. "Academics got rocks in their heads instead of sense. Just ignore him mostly." More importantly, his tone shifted, becoming low and serious. "You remember the rules?" "Yes, Abner." Loud and clear. Just then, headlights swept across the iron gates as a familiar beat-up pickup truck pulled over outside. Marcus Jones, my oldest friend from this town, leaned out the window, offering a grin and a large thermos. "Night shift survival kit," he called out, passing the steaming thermos through the bars before I locked them. "Hot chocolate. Extra marshmallows. You sure about this gig, Ro? Someone's gotta do it, Mark." I smiled, the warmth of the thermos seeping into my hands. "And the dead don't complain about my music choices." He chuckled, but his eyes held genuine concern as they scanned the deepening shadows behind me. "Yeah, well, just be careful, okay? My grandma always swore this ground wasn't quite right after dark. Said things grow here differently." He shuddered slightly. "Call me if you need anything. Anything at all." He drove off, leaving me alone with the dead, the dying light, and the weight of Abner's rules settling back onto my shoulders. Locking the heavy gates felt like sealing myself inside a vault. I started my first patrol, flashlight beam cutting a swathe through the darkness. The familiar path wound through the newer sections first, neat rows of granite headstones, small plastic flags fluttering beside veteran markers. Peaceful enough. But as I moved towards the older sections, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. Trees pressed closer, their branches like skeletal fingers against the fading sky. I passed a cluster of small, heartbreakingly weathered stones in the children's section, and felt a sudden localized drop in temperature, sharp enough to make me gasp, gone as quickly as it came. Later, near a grand crumbling mausoleum choked with ivy. The ground beneath my boots felt oddly spongy, yielding slightly, like walking on moss covering something soft and unstable. And the smells beneath the damp earth and decaying leaves. Sometimes a strange, sickly sweet odor would drift on the breeze, like overripe fruit mixed with damp soil, vanishing before I could pinpoint its source. These were the subtle things, the easily dismissed quirks Marcus might joke about, but they were the preamble to the rules Abner had laid down with such unnerving seriousness. He'd sat me down in his small, cluttered office in the maintenance shed, the air thick with the smell of soil and old grief, and looked me straight in the eye. "This ain't just a job, Rowan," he'd said, his voice low. "This place It holds themes, memories, sorrows. You gotta respect it. And you gotta follow the rules if you want to walk out of here same as you walked in. Rule 1. He began, tapping a gnarled finger on the worn desk. Sometimes, mostly in the old section near the unmarked plots, you'll hear crying. Sounds like a baby, maybe a woman weeping something awful. But you check, and there's nobody there. Just an empty grave, maybe a sunken spot in the ground. When you hear that, you keep walking. Don't stop. Don't listen too closely. Don't call out. You ignore it. Completely. Rule 2. He stared hard at me. Fog. Sometimes it rolls in off the hills, normal enough. But if you see a patch of fog, real thick, sitting only over one specific section of the grounds while everywhere else is clear, you don't go in it. Especially not alone. Take the long way around. Wait it out. Never walk into that patchy fog by yourself. And rule 3. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. The main gate, after you lock it for the night. Sometimes later on, if the night feels heavy, you might find it locked behind you when you try to leave on your rounds or head back to the office. Don't panic. Don't rattle it. Don't try the lock. It won't open. It won't open, not until the sun is fully up. You wait inside the gate until sunrise. Then, and only then, it'll open for you. Don't try to force it before. It made me repeat them back, his weary eyes searching mine for understanding, for belief. I'd promised, mostly to placate him then, convinced it was the rambling of an old man, steeped in loneliness and local superstition. Now patrolling deeper into the oldest section, where headstones tilted at crazy angles, worn smooth and nameless by time and weather. His warnings felt less like rambling and more like vital field notes. My flashlight beam swept across the base of a crumbling marble angel, its face eroded into a blank, sorrowful mask. And there, nestled amongst the damp moss and fallen leaves, was a cluster of small, pale mushrooms I hadn't noticed before. As my light hit them, they seemed to pulse for a fraction of a second with a faint, sickly greenish bioluminescence. I froze, holding the beam steady. Nothing. Just ordinary-looking fungi, pale and damp in the flashlight's glare. I moved the light away, waited a beat, then swept it back quickly. Still nothing. Just mushrooms. Must have been a trick of the light, moisture reflecting oddly. Just the house. Just the cemetery settling. Probably. My nightly patrols became a strange dance between mundane routine and hypervigilant dread. I learned the paths by heart, the names on the more prominent stones, the way moonlight caught the wings of a marble angel just so. I got used to the profound silence, the scuttling of unseen nocturnal animals, the sigh of wind through the omnipresent willows. I tried to rationalize the spongy patches of ground, the fleeting cold spots, the faint, sickly sweet smell that sometimes drifted near the older sections, decomposition, natural temperature shifts, the nearby woods. But Abner Cole's rules echoed with every step I took. The first rule manifested itself on a damp, moonless night, deep within the oldest section of Willow Creek, where headstones crumbled and ivy choked the markers of forgotten names. I heard it before I saw the area. A soft, heartbreaking sound drifting through the stillness. Weeping. It sounded like a very young child, sobbing with a desolate, inconsolable grief that twisted something deep inside my chest. My flashlight beam swept towards the sound, landing on a sunken patch of earth between two leaning, illegible stones. An unmarked, seemingly empty grave. The crying emanated directly from that spot, clear as a bell, raw with suffering. Every instinct screamed to approach, to offer comfort, to see who was there. It felt wrong to ignore such profound sorrow. But Rule 1, Abner's grim voice echoing in my memory, held me fast. Here crying from an empty grave, Ignore it. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this a trick? An echo? Or something truly lost needing help? I forced my gaze away, turned my back on the heartbreaking sound, and continued my patrol, boots crunching too loudly on the gravel path. The weeping seemed to intensify for a moment, pulling at me, then slowly faded behind me into the oppressive silence. I didn't look back, but the sound haunted me for the rest of the night. The next day, as Abner was packing up his tools, I asked him carefully, trying to sound casual. "Abner, ever hear strange noises out in the old section at night? Sounded almost like crying last night?" He stopped, his back to me, busying himself with cleaning a trowel. He didn't turn around when he spoke, his voice rougher than usual. "Ground holds sorrows here, Owen. Always has. Especially that old Potter's Field section." He finally turned, his eyes avoiding mine. "Some grief runs too deep, seeps into the soil itself. Best not to dwell on it. Like feeding weeds. You listen too close, you give it strength. Ignore it, it quiets down. Mostly." His metaphorical warning felt chillingly literal. Later, seeking a more rational perspective, I called the number on the business card Dr. Julian Holloway had left. He answered immediately, his voice smooth, academically curious. I described the crying incident, carefully framing it as an unexplained auditory phenomenon near the unmarked burial area. His interest was immediate, intense, fascinating, absolutely fascinating. He enthused. "Could you pinpoint the exact location on the cemetery map I provided Abner? What was the quality of the sound? High-pitched, intermittent? Any discernible words or purely emotional vocalization? How long did it last? Did you notice any corresponding environmental changes?" He suggested possibilities. Wind through specific rock formations, subterranean water acoustics. But his questions felt less like scientific inquiry and more like targeted data gathering. He urged me to document any recurrence with precise time and location details for his ongoing environmental study of Willow Creek. A few nights later, my patrol route took me past that same sunken patch of ground again. There was no crime tonight, but lying directly in the center of the depression, stark against the dark earth in my flashlight beam, was a single, perfect white rose. Its petals were fresh, dewy, impossibly vibrant, despite the lack of any recent burials or visitors nearby. It hadn't been there before. I stared at it, a cold dread creeping up my spine. Something had heard my passing, and it had left a calling card. The rose vanished by the next night, leaving only the unsettling memory. I found myself becoming hyper-aware of the cemetery's subtle shifts. Patches of bizarrely shaped, faintly phosphorescent fungi would appear overnight on old tree stumps, only to wither and vanish by dawn. The sickly sweet smell of decay seemed stronger near certain mausoleums, particular ones Dr. Holloway had expressed interest in during our phone call. The ground in the oldest sections continued to feel strangely yielding underfoot. Spongy, almost alive. Then came the fog. It wasn't the usual rolling mist that sometimes crept up from the valley after midnight. This was different. One moment, the cemetery lay clear under a sharp, starry sky. The next, a thick, impenetrable bank of white fog had materialized, covering only one specific area, the section near the back fence bordering the woods, an area containing mostly infant graves from the late 19th century, shaded by a massive ancient weeping willow. The fog bank was unnaturally dense, opaque, swirling slowly within its defined borders, while the air outside remained perfectly clear, and it carried that faint, sickly sweet smell, stronger now. My patrol route required me to pass along the edge of that section. Rule 2. Fog covers only one section. Never enter it alone. I stopped well short of the fog bank's edge. Curiosity warred with a primal sense of caution. The fog looked wrong. Felt wrong. It seemed to pulse faintly, and I could almost swear I heard indistinct murmurs, like whispered secrets, drifting from within its swirling depths. A strange dizziness touched me even from this distance. A slight disorientation, as if the air itself was different near the fog. Remembering the rule, I made a wide detour, skirting the edge of the woods, adding a good 15 minutes to my patrol. It meant leaving that section physically unchecked for a while, a breach of my duties. But Abner's warning and the palpable wrongness of the fog felt more pressing. As I watched from a safe distance on higher ground, flashlight off, I saw it. The lantern visitor, the figure I'd glimpsed on my first night, emerged from the trees near the edge of the fog bank. Carrying its dim, old-fashioned lantern, it walked slowly, deliberately, into the swirling white mist. I waited, holding my breath, expecting to see it emerge from the other side. Minutes passed. The figure did not reappear. The fog remained thick and silent. Eventually, hours later, as the first hint of dawn touched the sky, the fog dissipated rapidly, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only damp grass glistening under the emerging light. There was no sign of the lantern visitor. When I mentioned the localized fog to Abner later that morning, he just nodded grimly, wiping grease from his hands. "Aye, the willow weep, my wife used to call it," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. "Comes and goes, bad air in there, confuses the head. You did right staying out of it alone." He offered no more explanation, turning back pointedly to the lawnmower engine he was tinkering with. I contacted Dr. Holloway, relaying my observation of the fog, its location near the infant graves and the willow, its strange smell, and even mentioning the lantern visitor disappearing into it. His academic excitement was almost palpable through the phone line. Extraordinary, localized atmospheric condensation, potentially linked to high concentrations of decaying organic matter and specific fungal spore releases. Did you feel any psychoactive effects yourself, Miss Gray? Dizziness? Auditory phenomena? He brushed off the lantern visitor as likely a trick of the light or my own stress. Then came the request. "I have a small, state-of-the-art atmospheric sensor," he said smoothly, "designed to analyze particulate matter and airborne biologicals. If this fog appears again, would you be willing to place it just inside the edge? For purely scientific data collection, of course. I can leave it with Abner for you. A sensor. Or was it a stimulus device?" His eagerness felt predatory. I gave a non-committal answer, the suspicion solidifying in my gut. That night, small, pale, oddly shaped mushrooms pushed up through the grass at the edge of where the fog bank had been. They glowed faintly for an hour, then crumbled to dust before midnight. The feeling of being a pawn in someone else's game grew stronger. Dr. Holloway's calls became more frequent, filled with leading questions disguised as academic curiosity, always steering the conversation towards phenomena near specific, historically significant grave sites or areas with unusual flora. Simultaneously, the cemetery itself felt more active. Doors on unattended mausoleums would creak open. Fresh flowers left on graves would wilt overnight. And the ground felt increasingly alive beneath my feet, subtly shifting, breathing. Abner became quieter, more withdrawn, his warnings fewer, but his eyes holding a deeper fear. My breaking point came one cold, clear night just before dawn. I completed my final patrol, the cemetery wrapped in pre-dawn stillness, the only sound my own footsteps on the gravel path heading back towards the main gate. I reached the massive, ornate iron gates, pulled out the heavy key Abner had entrusted to me, inserted it into the antique lock, turned. Nothing. The lock wouldn't budge. I tried again, jiggling the key, pushing against the immense weight of the gate, solidly locked from the inside. But I was the only one with the key inside the grounds. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. Rule of 3. If the gate locks behind you, don't try to open it until sunrise. I was trapped. My first instinct was raw fear. I rattled the gate violently, pointlessly shouting Abner's name into the empty darkness beyond the cemetery walls. The heavy iron remained impassive, immovable, defeated, remembering the rule, the futility. I sank onto the cold stone steps just inside the gate, wrapping my arms around myself, watching the eastern horizon, waiting for the sun, feeling utterly exposed and vulnerable. The silence of the cemetery pressed in, no longer peaceful, but predatory. Hours seemed to pass. Finally, the first hesitant rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pale rose and gold. Exactly as the fiery edge of the sun cleared the distant tree line, illuminating the dew-kissed headstones, I heard it. A loud, definitive clank echoed from the gate's locking mechanism. I scrambled up, heart pounding, inserted the key again. This time the lock turned smoothly. The heavy iron gate swung inward with a low groan. Freedom. Shaken and exhausted, I found Abner already starting his morning rounds near the entrance, pruning shears in hand. I stammered out what happened, the gate locking me in. He listened patiently, his expression grim but unsurprised. Aye, he nodded slowly, not looking up from his work. Happens sometimes. When the ground gets restless during the night, gate holds things in, holds things back, until the sun clears the air. Good you waited, Rowan. Good you didn't try to force it. Makes the ground real angry near the posts when you do that. His calm acceptance was almost more terrifying than the event itself. Later that morning, needing to process, I called Dr. Holloway. I reported the gate incident, framing it as a mechanical failure, possibly due to temperature change. His response was telling. He offered cursory sympathy about the inconvenience, then immediately pivoted. Most interesting. And before you found the gate locked, Miss Gray, did you happen to notice any other phenomena during your final patrol? Any unusual temperature drops near the Thorne family mausoleum, perhaps? Auditory events near the Potter's Field section? Did you happen to deploy that sensor I left for you near the Willow Weep area? His questions were laser-focused, transparently trying to correlate the gate lock, the cemetery's large-scale reaction, with activity in his specific areas of interest. He wasn't just observing, he was poking the bear, and I was the stick. My anger solidified into cold resolve as I walked out through the now open gate, starting my walk home just as the first grounds crew arrived. My fingers brushed against the intricate iron scrollwork near the latch. Tucked almost invisibly within the design was a small, flat object. I pulled it out. It was a smooth, cool piece of intricately carved whalebone, scrimshaw, maybe 19th century, depicting a tangled, root-like pattern. Near it, it hadn't been there yesterday. Where had it come from? Left for me? By whom? Or what? The questions multiplied, unsettling as the silence of Willow Creek at midnight. The scrimshaw piece felt alien in my pocket, smooth and cool. A relic washed up from a sea of history I didn't understand. But Dr. Holloway's pointed questions after the gate incident, his laser focus on correlating my experiences with his specific areas of interest, dispelled any lingering doubts about coincidence. He wasn't just passively researching Willow Creek's past. He was actively poking its present, and I had become his unwitting instrument. Fueled by a cold anger that pushed back the fear, I spent my off hours online, not researching local ghost stories, but Dr. Julian Holloway himself. His published papers were dense, academic, focused on mycology, ethnobotany, and neurolinguistics, but delving into obscure university archives and fringe scientific forums revealed a more obsessive undercurrent. Grant proposals often rejected, hypothesizing about subterranean mycelial networks acting as vast biological memory banks, papers acting as vast biological memory banks, theorizing on psychotropic spore dispersal as a form of primitive communication in fungal colonies. Even speculative work on bioresonant frequencies influencing ambient emotional states. Willow Creek Cemetery, with its unique soil composition, ancient trees, and documented history of mass hysteria and unexplained phenomena, which he subtly referenced in footnotes, appeared frequently as a site of potential significance. Then I found the abstract for a privately funded unpublished study, inducing and documenting psychoacoustic responses in complex subterranean mycelial networks. A case study at Willow Creek. The methodology section was heavily redacted, but keywords remained: low-frequency sonic emitters, localized nutrient aerosolization, human proximity as variable catalyst. The sensor he gave me, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. He wasn't studying the cemetery's ghosts. He was studying the ancient, perhaps sentient, fungal network beneath it. The bloom, as I started calling it in my head. And he was using me, my nightly patrols, my presence, as a trigger, a variable in his unethical experiment. I needed to confront him, but on my terms, perhaps on its terms. I called him later that day, injecting feigned excitement into my voice. Dr. Holloway, Rowan Gray, you were right to be interested in that spot near the old Potter's Field, where I heard the crying. I deliberately chose the location of the Rule 1 trigger. Well, you have to see it. New fungal growth appeared overnight. It's phosphorescent, pulsing faintly. It's incredible. His eagerness was almost unprofessional. Truly remarkable. Describe the luminescence, the morphology. He readily agreed to meet me inside the cemetery, just after my shift started at dusk, promising to bring his specialized recording equipment. Twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges as Holloway arrived, carrying a heavy, professional-looking equipment case, practically vibrating with academic anticipation. He followed me eagerly towards the old section, towards the fictitious light show I described. We stopped at the sunken, unmarked grave area. The air here was always colder, smelling faintly of damp earth and that sickly, sweet decay. Well, Holloway asked, scanning the ground expectantly with a sophisticated light meter. Where is this bioluminescence? There isn't any, Doctor, I said quietly, turning to face him, letting my flashlight beam illuminate the sensor I held in my hand. Just like there isn't really a sensor here, is there? More like a low-frequency sonic emitter with a timed nutrient spray, calibrated to stimulate mycelial activity. Holloway froze, the light meter slipping slightly in his grip. His face, caught between the dying light and my flashlight beam, went pale. Ms. Gray, I assure you, standard environmental monitoring equipment. Save it. I cut him off, my voice tight with anger. I read your research proposals, the redacted ones too. I know what you're doing. Willow Creek isn't just old dirt and sad stories to you, is it? It's your giant petri dish. The crying I heard, the fog patch, maybe even the gate locking. How much of that was spontaneous? And how much was your experiment reacting to my presence after you activated an area? I held up the sensor. This thing practically hums when I get near certain spots you asked about. He tried to regain composure, puffing himself up with academic indignation. My research is legitimate scientific inquiry into unique environmental phenomena, documenting natural cycles. By using me as bait? By deliberately provoking something you barely understand, something Abner Cole warned you about. My voice rose. He knows this place isn't just soil and fungus, doesn't he? He knows it's dangerous. Holloway's academic mask finally crumbled, revealing the raw obsession beneath. His eyes glittered with a fanatic's light. Dangerous! It's magnificent! He hissed, his voice dropping to a fervent whisper. An organism potentially predating the cemetery itself, spanning acres, communicating through means we can only guess at. It holds memory, influences emotion. Those rules are just peasant superstitions trying to rationalize complex biological responses. Think of the knowledge it holds, the potential. He gestured wildly. Yes, your presence acted as a novel stimulus, triggering clearer responses than my probes alone. The data is groundbreaking. He seemed genuinely baffled by my fear, my anger. The risks are minimal. Calculated, compared to the potential breakthrough. Minimal. I stared at him aghast. Tell that to the lantern visitor. Anecdotal, he snapped, then seemed to realize I'd gone too far. He opened his heavy equipment case. Inside wasn't just recording gear, but a larger device bristling with wires, antennae, and glass vials filled with viscous liquids. This, he said, his voice regaining its zealous fervor, will allow for direct bioresonant frequency communication. We can finally move beyond simple stimulus response. We can attempt dialogue. Before I could protest. Before I could even process the sheer insanity, he flicked a switch on the device. It emitted a low, powerful hum that sunk into the ground, vibrating up through the soles of my boots, making my teeth ache. For a heart-stopping moment, absolute silence descended on the cemetery. Even the wind died. Then the ground beneath our feet trembled. The sickly, sweet smell of decay intensified tenfold, thick and cloying. From the sunken earth of the crying grave beside us, a low moan began, quickly joined by others from nearby plots, a rising chorus of synthesized grief. Pale ghostly fungi erupted from the soil all around, not small patches now, but thick carpets, pulsing with an angry greenish-white light that illuminated the scene in strobing, nauseating waves. The ground felt like sponge, yielding, breathing. And then it came, from the earth itself, tearing through the grass and roots near the base of the crumbling angel statue. Thick, ropey, pale tendrils burst upwards. Mycelial cables, glistening wetly, writhed like eyeless serpents, reaching, questing. More erupted nearby, forming pulsating columns, rustling, seeming almost to listen. Simultaneously, a dense swirling fog, thick as cotton batting and carrying the same sweet metallic scent, began pouring from the ground around the disturbed graves, rolling towards us. The whispers within it no longer indistinct, but coalescing into overlapping voices crying, pleading, accusing. Remarkable. Holloway breathed, adjusting dials on his device, utterly captivated. Interspecific bioacoustic resonance achieved. He didn't seem to notice the fungal tendrils whipping closer, the psychotropic fog swirling around our ankles, making the world tilt. The chorus of despairing voices clawing at my sanity. The rules screamed uselessly in my mind. Ignore the crying? The crying was everywhere. Avoid the fog. We were in it. The bloom? The ancient consciousness beneath Willow Creek was awake, enraged, and expanding rapidly from the earth, summoned by the historian's fatal ambition, trapping us both at the heart of its terrifying, uncontrolled bloom. The world dissolved into a nightmare of pulsing green light, writhing pale tendrils, and the deafening chorus of synthesized grief. The sickly sweet smell of decay and ozone choked the air. My flashlight beam barely penetrated the swirling spore fog, erupting from the ground around Dr. Holloway's humming device. He was laughing, a high-pitched, ecstatic sound, scribbling frantically in a waterproof notebook, even as mycelial strands began twining around his ankles. Sentience! He shrieked over the din. Bioresonant communication. Panic, cold and sharp, spurred me to action. This wasn't research, it was suicide, and he was trying to take me with him. Remembering Abner's mutterings about iron, I gripped my heavy metal flashlight like a club. I lunged, not at Holloway, but at his complex device, bringing the flashlight down hard on its control panel. Sparks flew. The low hum intensified into a high-pitched whine, then cut out abruptly. The effect was instantaneous. The intense, pulsing light faded. The chorus of crying faltered, and the erupting fungal growth slowed, though the tendrils already above ground continued to writhe sluggishly. But the fog, thick with spores, still swirled, and Holloway screamed in fury as his connection was severed. "You fool! You've ruined years of work." He glared at me, his eyes wild, no longer the detached academic but a thwarted obsessive. Before he could lunge, or before the tendrils decided we were still interesting, another light cut through the fog, the harsh, steady beam of an old railroad lantern. Abner Cole emerged from the mist, wielding a rusty iron spade like a broadsword. His face was grim, set in hard lines. "This way, Rowan. Now!" he bellowed, his voice cutting through the residual whispers. He swung the iron spade in a wide arc, severing grasping mycelial strands near our feet. They recoiled as if burned. "Iron slows it. Light bothers it. Move." I cast one last look at Holloway, who was now trying to repair his damaged device, oblivious as the spore fog thickened around him, and pale tendrils began tentatively reaching for him again. He was lost to his obsession. I turned and scrambled after Abner, coughing as the sweet, cloying fog burned my lungs. Abner canoed paths I hadn't seen, winding between leaning headstones, avoiding the areas where the ground felt too spongy or the air too cold. He used the lantern beam and the iron spade defensively, keeping the slower-moving tendrils and the worst of the fog at bay. Finally, he shoved open the door to a small stone groundskeeper's shed, tucked away near the cemetery's back wall, pulling me inside and slamming the heavy wooden door shut, barring it with the iron spade. We collapsed onto dusty burlap sacks inside, gasping for breath, the sounds of the aroused bloom, rustling, sighing, whispering, audible even through the stone walls. "Told you," Abner panted, wiping sweat and grime from his face. "Told you not to listen to academics filling your head with nonsense." He finally told me more then, his voice low and filled with old pain. About his wife, Martha, how she loved gardening near the willow weep section, how she started changing, fatigue, confusion, then seeing things, hearing whispers, a cough that never left. How the doctors found nothing until it was too late, lungs scarred as if by some unknown fungus. He found Holloway's early research papers after her death, recognized the descriptions, the location. He knew it was the bloom, the ancient thing in the soil that took her. He'd spent the decades since then observing it, learning its rhythms, its dislikes, iron, salt, direct sunlight, fire, developing the rules not to control it, but to simply avoid waking it, avoiding provoking its more dangerous manifestations. Like the spore fog. Holloway. Abner spat the name like poison. He knew the risks, read my wife's case file, but saw only opportunity, been poking it, stimulating it for months. Your arrival, new energy, must have been what he was waiting for. A distant, horrifying scream cut through the night outside, abruptly silenced. Holloway. We looked at each other, the unspoken truth hanging heavy in the small shed. Then came the low groan. Not from the earth this time, but from the main cemetery gate far across the grounds. A heavy, metallic clank echoed faintly. "Gate sealed," Abner said unnecessarily, his face grim in the lantern light. "Bloom's fully awake now, stirred up proper. We're locked in till sunrise." He checked his watch. 3 more hours, longest 3 hours of your life. He rummaged in an old crate, pulling out rock salt, more iron tools. "They won't like us being here. Might try the door." He looked around the small shed. But maybe Holloway's recklessness left something useful, scattered near where we'd entered. Dropped perhaps during Holloway's earlier visits, were some of his research notes, pages torn from a binder. We gathered them, scanning them by lantern light. Complex diagrams, frequency charts, chemical analyses, and one page detailing the blooms. observed heightened sensitivity to sudden, intense ultraviolet light, causing temporary paralysis or retraction of surface mycelia. A desperate chance. The next 3 hours were a masterclass in claustrophobic terror. The shed door rattled intermittently, heavy scraping sounds dragging against the stone outside. Palate-probing fungal tendrils snaked under the doorframe, recoiling only when Abner sprinkled rock salt directly onto them. The air grew thick with the sweet, cloying scent of decay, and faint whispers seemed to seep through the very walls. We sat in silence mostly, back to back, Abner clutching his iron spade, me holding the heavy flashlight with the UV bulb setting Holloway's notes had mentioned. If the flimsy shed door gave way, waiting for dawn felt like waiting for an execution. But slowly, agonizingly, the quality of the darkness outside began to change. The whispers subsided, the scraping sounds ceased. A pale gray light began to filter through the shed's single grimy window pane. Almost time. Abner breathed, getting stiffly to his feet. It recedes. With the direct sun, weakens the surface growth, but the ground will still be active. We gotta move fast, stick to the paved paths mostly. We unbarred the door cautiously. The immediate area around the shed looked clearer. The thickest fungal growth seemed to have pulled back slightly, leaving slimy trails on the grass. But the air still felt heavy, charged, and the sickly sweet smell lingered. We began the long walk back towards the main gate, Abner leading the way, testing the ground, me watching our backs, flashlight held ready despite the growing daylight. We saw patches where the bloom had erupted, grayish-white mycelium coating headstones like shrouds, strange, puffball-like fungi clinging to tree trunks. We heard faint, residual crying near the potter's field, ignored it, skirted a low-lying area, where a thin, iridescent mist still clung to the ground. Finally, the main gates came into view. Sunlight now streamed over the eastern hills, bathing the front sections of the cemetery in warm light. We reached the massive iron gates. The lock mechanism looked normal again, no mycelium visible. Abner inserted his key. With a groan of protesting metal, the lock turned. He pushed the heavy gate open. Freedom. We stumbled out onto the dew-wet grass beyond the cemetery walls just as Marcus Jones' pickup truck came barreling down the road, skidding to a halt beside us. He must have been waiting, worried sick. Rowan, Abner, my God, are you okay? He yelled, jumping out. The explanation given to the authorities later was a heavily edited mess. Vandals, maybe Holloway, reported now as a missing person who had been trespassing, causing damage, accidental lock-in. Plausible enough, apparently. The cemetery was closed for repairs and assessment. Abner, looking exhausted but resolute, retired shortly after, leaving Willow Creek to find its own balance, or perhaps find a new caretaker eventually. I helped him settle into a small cabin further down the mountain, visited often. Dr. Holloway was never found. I couldn't stay in Asheville. The mountains felt watchful. The damp earth felt alive in a way that chilled me to the bone. I moved away, seeking concrete and steel, dry air, distance. Months later, living in a coastal city, I thought I was putting it behind me, until a damp morning after a heavy rain. Walking through a small city park, I noticed it. A patch of unusually vibrant shelf fungus growing on the bark of an old oak tree near the path. Nothing strange, just nature. But on impulse, I reached out, my fingers brushing against its cool, velvety surface. For just an instant, I felt it. A faint, almost imperceptible thrum beneath the bark. A distant, familiar resonance, like the echo of a vast, sleeping consciousness deep underground. I snatched my hand back, my heart pounding. Later that day, looking out my apartment window, I saw the condensation on the cool glass, and traced within it, intricate, almost invisible, were delicate, branching, mycelium-like patterns of frost. I had escaped Willow Creek, but the spores of that ancient, aware organism, the memory of its touch, the sensitivity it awakened in me, that, I suspected, would be with me forever. A part of the bloom, however small, had taken root. The rules were simple, but she broke one by listening. He broke another by experimenting, and the last broke itself. The bloom is awake now, and it remembers the ones who disturbed its rest. If this story chilled you, drop a comment below. Which rule would you break? Or would you follow them all and still not make it out? Tell us what you do when the gate locks and the soil starts to breathe. And subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the dead don't sleep and the stories never stop growing. We'll see you again. Just watch the ground beneath your feet. You ever hear about schools in the middle of nowhere? The kind no one ever transfers into, only out of? I thought I was taking a teaching job in a forgotten Arizona town, but what I got was a front row seat to something far older, far hungrier than any failing school district. They gave me a classroom and 3 unwritten rules. Don't read the nameless test. Avoid the janitor when he's stuck. And if you ever see yourself in the hallway, look away. This is not a lesson plan. This is a warning. If you've got the nerves, stay until the very end. There's a twist you won't see coming. And if you've ever felt something watching you at school, drop a comment. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules before the next bell rings. This is, I got a job at a haunted strange school in Arizona. We have 3 strange rules to survive. Welcome to class. The Arizona sun didn't just bake Black Mesa high. It bleached the life out of it, leaving a skeleton of faded stucco and heat-warped asphalt shimmering under a sky too vast and painfully blue, pulling into the cracked, nearly empty parking lot. My decade-old sedan felt like an intrusion, the only spot of color in a landscape washed in shades of dust and resignation. This wasn't the picturesque desert postcard. This was the harsh, indifferent reality. My fresh start felt instantly gritty, coated in the fine red dust that seemed to hang permanently in the shimmering air. So much for leaving the ghost behind. This place felt saturated with them already. The school itself sprawled low against the barren ground, a single-story maze of flat roofs and sun-faded brick that looked less like an institution of learning and more like a forgotten outpost on the edge of nowhere. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant whine of the wind sweeping across the empty desert and the relentless, oppressive weight of the heat. Inside, the air conditioning struggled valiantly, but failed, leaving the corridors smelling of stale, cooled air, old linoleum, dust, and the faint, sharp tang of industrial cleaner. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with an irritating inconsistency, casting a pale, flickering illumination on water-stained ceiling tiles and lockers, dented with years of neglect. Principal Thompson's office was an oasis of frantic order amidst the general decay. Feelers overflowed from cabinets. Budget spreadsheets covered half her desk, and she spoke with the rapid-fire weariness of someone perpetually fighting a losing battle against dwindling resources and bureaucratic demands. She gave me the official welcome, standardized test goals, attendance policies, the importance of maintaining a positive learning environment despite challenges. Her smile was tight, professional, but her eyes held a deep-seated exhaustion. Mr. Henderson will show you to your classroom, she concluded, already turning back to her computer screen. He's familiar with how things operate here, knows the ropes. The implication was clear. Henderson held the real keys to navigating this place. Henderson was waiting outside, leaning against the corridor wall, looking like he'd been part of the original fixtures. Late 50s, maybe older, history teacher, clad in the unofficial uniform of desert educators, worn slacks, and a short-sleeved shirt that had seen better decades. His cynicism was a tangible aura. "Clara Bellwether? Clara Bellwether?" he asked, not offering a hand. "Right. Let's get this over with. He led me down echoing hallways, past empty bulletin boards in classrooms where outdated posters clung to the walls. He didn't offer pleasantries, just pointed out the library, the faculty lounge, a depressing room with a stained coffee maker, the general layout. As we approached my assigned classroom, he stopped, turning to face me. His expression carefully neutral, but his eyes holding that same deep weariness I'd seen in Thompson's. "Look," he said, his voice low, pitched so only I could hear over the distant hum of the AC. "Thompson gave you the official spiel. Now for the Black Mesa welcome package. This isn't in the handbook. This isn't something you discuss at staff meetings. And you definitely don't bring it up with her unless you want a fast track to a psych evil or a non-renewal." He held my gaze. 3 things. Just tips for getting through the year here without attracting the wrong kind of attention. First, he said quietly, you find a test paper on your desk. Looks official, maybe even your subject, but no name on it. Don't touch it. Don't grade it. Don't read it. Don't even acknowledge it if you can help it. Slide it off into the trash with a ruler if you have to. Just get rid of it, unseen if possible. My brow furrowed, but he pressed on. Second, Will, the janitor. Second, Will, the janitor. I nodded, remembering the silent older man I'd seen pushing a mop listlessly down a far corridor earlier. Sometimes he gets stuck, mopping the same spot. For hours, looks like nothing, just worn floor. If you see him doing that, you find another route. Avoid that specific area completely until he moves on. Don't interrupt him. Don't ask why. Third, Henderson sighed, rubbing his temples briefly. This place plays tricks on your eyes, especially late in the day. Always empty. You think you see movement down a long corridor. If, just for a second, you think you see yourself. He hesitated, looking deeply uncomfortable. Another version of you. Same clothes, everything. You duck back. You hide. You make damn sure it doesn't see you looking at it. Wait for it to pass. It will pass. If it doesn't know you saw it. He stared at me, letting the sheer insanity of his words sink in. These aren't jokes, Bellwether. They're insulation. Follow them. Keep your head down. Do your job. Don't ask questions Thompson doesn't want to answer. Maybe you'll make it through the year. He gave a curt nod towards my classroom door. Keys are inside. Good luck. He turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing down the empty hall, leaving me standing there reeling, the desert heat pressing in. Pushing open my classroom door, the smell of dust and chalk filled my nostrils. Standard battered desks, an old whiteboard, windows looking out onto the bleached landscape. I dropped my bag onto the teacher's desk, a heavy wooden thing scarred with decades of use. Opening the top drawer to look for basic supplies, my fingers brushed against something papery tucked into the back corner. I pulled it out, a faded black and white photograph of a smiling class, maybe from the late 70s or early 80s, posed stiffly in front of the school sign. Except one face, a girl in the second row, wasn't smiling. It had been violently, obsessively scratched out, leaving only a jagged, angry void where her features should have been. A cold dread, unrelated to the desert heat, began to prickle beneath my skin. Welcome to Black Mesa High. Welcome to Black Mesa High. The defaced photograph became a grim fixture in my desk drawer, a tangible reminder that the unease I felt wasn't just the standard first-year teacher jitters. I tried to focus on the job, lesson plans, grading papers, navigating the cautious curiosity of students like Mateo, whose quiet intensity and dark, intricate drawings felt like their own kind of silent scream in this place. But the school itself seemed to resist normalcy. Lights hummed with an irregular cadence. Strange temperature fluctuations occurred without warning, and the silence in the long, empty hallways often felt watchful. Then came the test. I'd stayed late one sweltering afternoon, trying to catch up on grading. The only sounds the drone of the struggling AC unit and the frantic buzz of cicadas outside the dusty window. My desk was clear except for my laptop and grading pile. When I returned from a quick trip to the depressingly empty faculty lounge, it was there, sitting dead center on the worn wood surface. A single sheet of paper, standardized test format, multiple choice questions pertaining vaguely to freshman English concepts. Professional looking, except for one glaring omission. The space for the student's name at the top was utterly, unnervingly blank. Rule 1. Test appears on your desk with no name. Don't touch it. My blood ran cold. It looked so mundane, so easily explained as a mistake. A paper dropped by a student or misplaced by another teacher. My fingers twitched with the urge to pick it up, to flip it over, to find some identifying mark. Just a piece of paper. Yet Henderson's weary, serious tone echoed in my mind. Don't touch it. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this a prank? A test from Henderson or Thompson? Or was it Rule 1 manifesting? Taking a deep breath, I carefully slid my closed laptop across the desk, nudging the nameless test paper off the edge and directly into the recycling bin beside my desk. It landed with a soft, papery sound. I didn't look at it again, quickly packing my bag, the mundane act feeling charged with irrational fear. The next morning, I sought out Henderson in the faculty lounge before classes started. Keeping my voice low, I casually mentioned finding a misplaced blank test paper. His eyes, normally half closed with cynicism, sharpened instantly. "Where is it now?" he asked quietly. "Recycling bin," I said. He gave a slow nod, a flicker of something. Relief? Approval in his gaze. "Good," he murmured. "And Bellwether. Don't mention misplaced tests or anything similar to Principal Thompson. She has specific views on staff reporting unusual occurrences. Calls it undue stress affecting school performance metrics. Just handle things quietly." The warning was clear. The administration was another layer of danger here. Later that day, I saw Mr. Davies, the perpetually stressed-out math teacher, snatch a similar-looking paper off his desk with an annoyed sigh, presumably to find its owner. Over the next few days, Davies complained loudly about splitting headaches, kept misplacing his keys, and made a significant error in calculating semester grades that required Thompson's direct intervention. When I overheard Thompson discussing it, she attributed it curtly to Davies being overworked and needing to manage his stress levels more effectively. No mention of strange papers, just bureaucratic dismissal. The following Monday morning, my blood turned to ice. Sitting squarely in the center of my otherwise clear desk was the test paper. Same format, same questions, same blank namespace. The recycling bin had been emptied Friday evening. It was back. This time, I didn't hesitate. Using a long ruler, I carefully slid the paper off the desk, not into the bin, but directly into the jaws of the heavy-duty shredder tucked in the corner of the classroom. The machine whirred, devouring the nameless page with mechanical finality. But as I turned away, I couldn't shake the distinct, prickling sensation that I was being watched, not by anything supernatural, but by the cold, calculating gaze of the school administration itself. Life at Black Mesa High settled into a tense rhythm, punctuated by the low hum of institutional strangeness. I focused on teaching, trying to create a small pocket of normalcy for students like Mateo, whose drawings grew darker, filled with distorted figures and swirling shadows that seemed to echo the unsettling atmosphere of the school itself. He rarely spoke, but sometimes his dark eyes would meet mine with a flicker of shared, uneasy understanding. Then I started noticing Will, the janitor. He was a fixture, always somewhere in the periphery, moving with a slow, deliberate silence, his face weathered and unreadable. But his mopping, it became specific for 3 days straight. During third period, when the hallways were mostly empty, he was in the same spot, a 10-foot stretch of worn linoleum near the double doors leading to the library, not cleaning up a spill, just mopping, slow, overlapping strokes back and forth. The steady wet whisper of the mop head the only sound in the corridor. The floor wasn't dirty. By the third day, the air around that spot felt different, colder, heavier, with a faint, unpleasant smell like stagnant water or ammonia rising from the repeatedly dampened tiles. Rule 2. Janitor mops the same spot for hours. Avoid that area. The library was essential for my lesson planning. But that stretch of hallway was the only direct route from my classroom wing. Avoiding it meant a long, circuitous detour through the echoing gymnasium lobby and back around through the science wing, adding precious minutes to my already tight schedule. On the second day of Will's ritualistic mopping, Henderson saw me taking the long way around. He didn't say anything, just gave that almost imperceptible nod again, a silent acknowledgement that I was learning the real rules. The wrongness of the spot was palpable. Walking past the entrance to that corridor, even 50 feet away, I felt a wave of dizziness, a subtle pressure in my ears like changing altitude. Once I saw Mateo heading towards the library, book bag slung over his shoulder, oblivious. He was about to step onto the eternally damp patch of linoleum, when Will, without looking up from his mopping, simply stopped, blocking the boy's path with the mop handle. Mateo froze, looked from Will's impassive face to the floor, then slowly backed away, taking the long detour himself. Will resumed his steady rhythmic strokes, no words exchanged, but the warning was absolute. I decided to test the administrative waters. During a brief meeting with Principal Thompson about book requisitions, I casually mentioned a persistently damp spot near the library, causing a potential slip hazard, suggesting maintenance look into a possible leak. Thompson's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Ah, yes. Deputy Bellwether," she said smoothly, shuffling papers. "Our aging infrastructure does present challenges. Will is very diligent, perhaps overly so, in his cleaning routines. Just remind students to be cautious. We have to make do with the resources we have, you understand. Focus on classroom matters. Dismissal. Gaslighting." The message was clear. Ignore it. That evening, driven by suspicion, I accessed the school's online maintenance request archives using my staff login. After digging through years of poorly organized files, I found it. Multiple work orders, dating back over a decade, for tile replacement in that exact section of hallway near the library. Reasons cited were vague: water damage, wear and tear, surface degradation, all signed off year after year by Principal Thompson. They weren't just ignoring the spot. They were actively, repeatedly covering up its effects. The discovery in the maintenance logs tightened the knot of dread in my stomach. Thompson wasn't just overworked. She was actively complicit in hiding whatever festered within Black Mesa High. Henderson wasn't just cynical. He was a terrified survivor navigating a system designed to silence inconvenient truths. And I was trapped between the inexplicable phenomena and the administration determined to pretend they didn't exist. My sleep became even more fragmented, filled with images of nameless tests and endlessly mopped floors. The third rule manifested on a Thursday afternoon. School had just let out. The cacophony of dismissal bells and shouting students slowly fading, leaving the hallways echoing and strangely empty under the buzzing fluorescent lights. I was walking back to my classroom after dropping off papers, the silence settling heavily. Ahead, the main corridor stretched long and dim. An intersecting hallway branched off to the left, leading towards the seldom-used auditorium wing. As I approached the intersection, movement flickered at the periphery of my vision, far down the dimmer side corridor. I glanced over instinctively. A figure, just a glimpse. Someone turning the far corner at the end of that hallway, disappearing from view. But that glimpse froze me mid-step, ice flooding my veins. The figure's height, the way they moved. The dark blue cardigan I myself was wearing. It was me, an exact replica. Seen for only a fraction of a second, but undeniably terrifyingly me. Rule 3. See a second version of yourself. Don't let it see you. Panic clamped down, cold and absolute. I didn't think. I reacted. I threw myself back, stumbling against the lockers lining the main hall. Heart hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. I pressed myself flat against the cool metal, hidden from the intersection, straining my ears. Did it see me? Was it coming back down the corridor? The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the frantic pulse pounding in my ears and the distant hum of the school's aging ventilation. It felt like an eternity, hiding there, barely breathing. Rational thought warred with primal terror. A trick of the light? Someone who just looked similar from a distance? But the cardigan? No, it was real. Henderson's warning wasn't a metaphor. Finally, gathering every shred of courage, I forced myself to peek cautiously around the corner. The long, dim corridor leading to the auditorium was completely empty. Sunlight streamed through a dusty window at the far end, illuminating nothing but empty air and worn linoleum. No sign of anyone, no echo of footsteps. Shaking, I forced myself to walk towards the intersection, then turned down the side corridor, scanning every shadow, every doorway. Nothing. It was just an empty, silent hallway. But as I reached the far corner where the figure had vanished, my foot nudged something small on the floor. I bent down, fingers trembling. It was a small silver earring, the distinctive one I knew I had put in that morning, the mate to the one still securely in my right earlobe. It must have fallen off when I stumbled back against the lockers. Except, I hadn't been near this end of the corridor when I saw the figure. It had been dropped here, where my double had turned the corner. Proof. Real, tangible, terrifying proof that it had been here. Impossibly close. Later, when I obliquely mentioned feeling strangely disoriented in the hallways after school to Henderson, hoping for some clue, his reaction was immediate and harsh. His voice, a low hiss. "Bellwether, stop it," he warned, glancing nervously towards the administration offices. "You didn't see anything, understand? You report seeing things, especially things like that. Thompson won't just dismiss it as stress. She'll bury you. Some doors here are meant to stay closed, for your own good." His fear wasn't just of the phenomena anymore. It was clearly, chillingly, of the principal herself. The dropped earring felt heavy in my pocket, a constant cold reminder of the hallway encounter. The school seemed to hold its breath around me. Henderson avoided me pointedly, his usual cynicism replaced by a haunted look. Matteo grew increasingly withdrawn, his drawings becoming frantic, filled with distorted reflections and empty pages marked only with a single, jagged number. 2. He tried to tell me once, voice trembling, about seeing someone else who looked just like him lurking near the edges of the playground during lunch, but flinched away when another student approached, retreating back into his shell of silence. Then, the convergence accelerated. One morning, nearly half a dozen identical, nameless test papers appeared scattered across desks in my empty classroom before school started. The low, wet whisper of Will's mop echoed persistently from down the hall near the library, even though it wasn't his usual time. And Matteo didn't show up for first period, or second. A cold dread sharper than any fear I'd felt before seized me. Standard procedure was to report the absence, wait. But knowing what I knew, seeing Matteo's escalating distress, I couldn't wait. I reported Matteo missing to the office via email, creating a digital trail, then started searching, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. His locker was empty except for a single folded piece of paper. Not a note, but a drawing. It depicted two figures, nearly identical, standing on opposite sides of a dark, swirling vortex on the floor. One figure reached towards the vortex. The other seemed to be fading, erasing itself. Below it, scratched hard into the paper, was the number 1. My blood ran cold. The countdown from his earlier drawing. The mop's spot. My search led me towards the library wing. As I neared the perpetually damp section of hallway Wolf favored, the air grew noticeably colder. The smell of ammonia and something else, something stagnant and wrong, was stronger here. Will wasn't present, but the floor tiles in that specific 10-foot stretch looked distorted. The pattern seemed to shimmer, almost liquefy, like looking through thick, unstable glass. A low humming sound, barely audible, seemed to emanate from the floor itself. Rule 2, avoid this area. But Mateo, just as I hesitated, Henderson intercepted me, appearing suddenly from a side corridor, his face pale and strained. "Clara, don't," he pleaded, his voice low, urgent. I tried to warn Thompson about Mateo seeing things. She shut me down, said he was exhibiting stress behaviors and needed counseling. Not this. She knows you're looking for him. Go back to your classroom, please. Where is he, Henderson? I demanded, my voice shaking. Did she? Before he could answer, Principal Thompson's voice crackled over my radio, sharp and clipped. "Bellwether, report to my office immediately." Immediately. It wasn't a request. My gut screamed trap, but disobeying a direct order now would only solidify any narrative she was building against me. Henderson gave me a look filled with despair and warning before retreating down the hallway. Squaring my shoulders, I headed towards the administration wing, the humming from the warped floor seeming to follow me. Thompson's office felt colder than usual. She sat behind her cluttered desk, radiating a forced calm that felt brittle, dangerous. "Deputy Bellwether," she began, not inviting me to sit. "I understand young Mateo Diaz is absent today, and that you've been expressing concerns about his stability and other building maintenance issues." Mateo confided he was seeing things. Principal Thompson, he was terrified. "And that spot near the library is scheduled for tile replacement over the summer break due to a minor subfloor leak." Thompson cut me off smoothly, her eyes like chips of obsidian. "And Mateo comes from a difficult home situation. Stress manifests in many ways. As for your other concerns, misplaced papers, flickering lights, this is an old, underfunded school. Bellwether, we deal with reality here, not flights of fancy. The rules, Henderson told me." I started, but she raised a hand, silencing me. "Mr. Henderson," she said, her voice dropping, turning icy, "has learned through long tenure certain coping mechanisms, quirks you might say, necessary perhaps for longevity here, but not official policy. And frankly, your recent focus on these quirks instead of your duties is becoming a liability." Liability? Mateo is missing. That spot, the test papers, the girl I saw in the hall. Enough. Thompson stood up abruptly, her facade cracking, revealing cold fury beneath. There was no girl. The tests are administrative errors. The floor is a plumbing issue, and Mateo likely walked off campus seeking attention. She leaned across the desk. This school survives on a knife's edge. Budget cuts, low enrollment, state oversight breathing down our necks. One hint of scandal, one whiff of instability or unsafe conditions, real or imagined, and they shut us down. Hundreds of students displaced. Her justification, chillingly pragmatic, hit me. She wasn't denying the strangeness. She was actively, ruthlessly suppressing it, sacrificing individuals, Mateo, the teacher in the file, potentially me, for the perceived survival of the institution. As the horrifying realization sank in, the lights in her office flickered violently. The temperature plunged, and from the hallway outside her closed office door, clear as day, came the sound of rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, complex, insistent. Rule 3. Thompson's face went chalk white, her eyes darting towards the door. Raw terror momentarily eclipsing her anger. She knew. She absolutely knew. Security. She barked into her desk intercom, her voice trembling slightly. Escort Miss Bellwether off campus. Immediately. She's experiencing acute distress. But before security could arrive, the tapping stopped, replaced by a faint sound from the direction of the library wing. A boy's voice distorted, echoing as if from a great distance or from underground. Mateo's voice, calling my name. Thompson froze, listening. Then her expression hardened back into cold resolve. This couldn't get out. Ignore that, she ordered, reaching for her phone, likely calling security directly now. Just the building settling. No, I wouldn't let her bury this. I wouldn't let Mateo become another redacted file, another ghost haunting these halls. While Thompson was momentarily distracted by her phone, I lunged past her, wrenched open her office door, and ran back towards the library wing, towards Mateo's voice, towards the warped floor, ignoring Thompson's furious shouts behind me. The hunt was on, not just against the entity, but against the administrator determined to feed it through silence. Ignoring Thompson's enraged shouts echoing behind me, I sprinted towards the library wing, towards Mateo's disembodied voice. The humming from the warped floor intensified as I approached, a low, vibrating thrum that resonated in my bones. The air here was freezing cold, thick with the cloying smell I now recognized from Thompson's office restroom, all those weeks ago. Formaldehyde, mixed with decay. Mateo wasn't visible. His coal seemed to emanate directly from the distorted patch of linoleum Will had mopped so obsessively. The pattern swirled sluggishly. Like oil on water, darker than the surrounding tiles. Mateo, can you hear me? Move away from the floor, I yelled, my voice cracking. His voice answered, closer now, but terrifyingly thin, stretched. Ms. Bellwether, I can't. It's pulling me. Looks like his words dissolved into a choked sob. Rule 2? Avoid that area. But Mateo was in it, or being drawn into it. I couldn't just leave him. Just as I braced myself to step onto the edge of the warp section, movement flickered at the periphery. Henderson. He appeared briefly at the far end of the corridor, met my eyes with a look of profound despair and resignation, then simply shook his head slowly and vanished back around the corner. He wouldn't help. He couldn't, or wouldn't risk Thompson's wrath. Mateo cried out again, a sound of pure terror this time. Screw the rules. Screw Henderson's cowardice. Screw Thompson's cover-up. I looked around wildly, spotting the bright red rectangle of a fire alarm pull station on the wall, just past the library doors. Without a second thought, I ran to it and yanked the lever down hard. Instantly, a piercing electronic alarm began shrieking through the hallways, strobing lights flashing overhead. A calculated risk. Thompson would hate the disruption, the official record it created, but it might break whatever concentration the entity, or Mateo, was under. It might buy precious seconds. The effect was immediate. The humming from the floor lessened slightly. Mateo gasped, as if suddenly able to breathe. It stopped pulling, he stammered. I saw him then, kneeling near the edge of the warped floor, looking dazed, one hand still outstretched towards the swirling pattern. Mateo, get back! Now! I screamed over the alarm. He scrambled backwards on hands and knees just as heavy footsteps pounded down the corridor. Thompson arrived, flanked by 2 campus security guards, her face a mask of cold fury, partially illuminated by the flashing emergency lights. Her eyes flickered from the shrieking alarm to the warped floor, to Mateo, then settled on me with glacial intensity. Silence that alarm, she ordered one guard, then pointed at me. Miss Bellwether, you are relieved of duty, effective immediately. You are creating a hazardous situation and exhibiting extreme instability. escort her off the premises. Now. She completely ignored Mateo, who was now huddled against the far wall, trembling. But Mateo. I protested as a guard took my arm firmly. Mr. Diaz appears to have had a panic attack, likely exacerbated by your unprofessional conduct, Thompson stated coldly, already moving towards Mateo, her expression shifting into one of feigned concern as she knelt beside him, effectively blocking my view. I will handle this. Remove her. I was marched out of the school, the fire alarm still blaring, Thompson's narrative already taking shape. I didn't see Henderson again. Passing the main office, I saw Thompson's secretary already shredding documents with quiet efficiency. The containment breach wasn't supernatural. It was me, and the system was moving swiftly to seal it. My termination from Black Mesa High was swift, brutal, and clinically bureaucratic. Suspended pending investigation, then dismissed for gross negligence, endangerment of a student, and emotional instability. My attempts to contact the school board, the state education department, even local news outlets, hit impenetrable walls. Thompson's official report painted me as a stressed, potentially delusional teacher who had overreacted to minor building issues and student anxiety, fabricating wild stories. Henderson provided a carefully worded statement corroborating issues with my emotional regulation, effectively sealing my fate. Mateo, I learned through a brief official notification, had been transferred to another district for specialized support services shortly after the incident, vanished into the system. Erased, my teaching license was placed under review. My professional life was shattered. I left Arizona under a cloud, the desert silence replaced by the ringing tinnitus of failure and the chilling echo of Thompson's cold, controlled voice. Months crawled by. I found work in a different state, far from the desert, processing insurance claims in a gray cubicle farm. A soul-crushing anonymity that felt both like punishment and a strange kind of safety. I avoided schools, old buildings, the smell of disinfectant. I checked reflections obsessively, flinched at the sound of floor buffers, threw out any paper I couldn't immediately identify. The trauma was a constant, low hum beneath the surface of my days. One dreary Tuesday morning, scrolling through job listings during a coffee break, force of habit maybe, or a masochistic impulse, I saw it. An opening. English teacher, grade 9, Black Mesa High School, Arizona. Seeking dedicated educator for challenging but rewarding environment. Join our supportive, close-knit community. The boilerplate text felt like a physical blow. Curiosity, cold and morbid, compelled me to click the link for the school district's hiring portal. And there, featured prominently on the virtual interview platform description, was her face. Principal Thompson, smiling warmly, professionally, into the webcam. The interview slot was scheduled for later that afternoon. I couldn't resist. Using an anonymous browser, I clicked the link to observe the public session. The video feed flickered to life. Thompson sat in her office, the background artfully arranged to hide the overflowing files I remembered. Opposite her virtual image was a young woman, bright-eyed, eager, so much like I must have looked barely a year ago. And the student-teacher ratio allows for real connection, Thompson was saying smoothly, her voice radiating calm competence. Of course, like any school with aging infrastructure, we have our quirks, but our maintenance team is diligent, and our staff is incredibly supportive. We believe in transparency and addressing challenges head-on. The young applicant smiled brightly. That sounds wonderful. Some online forums mentioned high staff turnover in the past few years. Is there anything a new teacher should be particularly aware of? Thompson smile didn't flicker. Staffing in remote districts always has unique challenges, she replied easily. People move on for various reasons. What matters is following established procedures, focusing on student outcomes, and communicating any concerns through the proper channels. We find teachers who embrace our collaborative spirit and understand the importance of administrative protocols thrive here. She leaned forward slightly. It really just comes down to being a team player and trusting the process, miss. The applicant beamed. Harris. Emily Harris. My blood ran cold. Emily. The name echoed the lost girl from Widow's Leap. Coincidence? Or was the school the system? Already reaching out, finding its next potential casualty with chilling precision, Thompson continued. Oblivious, outlining curriculum standards and extracurriculars. But her eyes, even through the screen, held that same flat, obsidian quality I remembered. The eyes of someone guarding a terrible secret. Someone willing to maintain the silence, no matter the cost. The interview wound down with pleasantries, reassurances, promises of follow-up. As the feed cut out, leaving only feline gray of the web portal, I sat staring at the screen, the coffee cold in my hand. The system hadn't just reset. It was actively recruiting. The horror wasn't just the entity haunting the halls of Black Mesa High. It was the calm, smiling face on the screen. The embodiment of the bureaucratic machine that fed the darkness by simply looking the other way, signing the forms, and assuring the next victim that everything was perfectly normal. The lesson wasn't over. It was perpetually enrolling. They didn't fire me for breaking rules. They fired me for seeing what the rules were hiding. Black Mesa High didn't want me gone because I was unstable. They wanted me gone because I asked questions. Because I cared about a student they were willing to sacrifice for silence. They told me it was over, that I should forget. But when I saw the job listing again, when I saw her face smiling through another interview, I knew the school isn't haunted. It's a machine, and it's always hiring. If you've ever walked past a classroom window and felt something on the other side watching you, if your school ever had a hallway that never seemed to end, leave a comment, tell me, and hit like and subscribe, because the bell doesn't dismiss you anymore. The school does. This was Night Creepypasta Rules. Places are meant to be left off the map. And sometimes, the places that do show up on Airbnb are there for a reason. I booked a remote cabin in Alaska. The listing called it The Lookout. Cozy, isolated, panoramic views, and 3 rules, not suggestions. Warnings. Don't go outside if the snow melts in a perfect circle. Don't open the door if a child knocks. If your breath fogs the window and you're not near it, run. This isn't just another creepy rental story. It's not about ghosts. It's about something that watches. Watch until the very end, because the twist will change everything. And if you've ever stayed somewhere that felt wrong for reasons you couldn't explain, leave a comment. Hit subscribe before something else answers the knock on your door. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. I booked an Airbnb for a getaway in Alaska, and there were 3 strange rules to survive. The silence wasn't empty. It pressed against the Jeep's windows, heavy as the snowdrifts walling off the narrow track, promising isolation so complete, it felt like suffocation. Miles back, we left the last vestiges of Juneau civilization behind, crawling deeper into a vast white wilderness where mountains clawed at a bruised twilight sky. Anna sat stiffly beside me, her gaze fixed on the seemingly endless expanse of snow and black, skeletal trees, her knuckles white where she gripped the door handle. The unspoken tension between us, the reason for this desperate escape to the edge of the world, felt as palpable as the biting cold seeping through the car's seals. We needed this getaway, or perhaps we were just running out of places to run from the grief that dogged us both. The Lookout, as the Airbnb listing called it, finally emerged from the twilight gloom, a starkly modern structure of dark wood and large glass panes perched on a rise overlooking a frozen, snow-dusted valley. Beautiful, undeniably, and utterly, terrifyingly alone. Getting the Jeep up the final, uncleared slope was a low-gear struggle. tires spinning against the packed ice beneath the fresh powder. When I finally killed the engine, the sudden, profound silence was broken only by the low moan of the wind through the surrounding pines. Inside, the cabin was exactly as pictured. Minimalist furniture, polished concrete floors, softened by thick rugs, a state-of-the-art kitchen, and a huge stone fireplace dominating the main living area. Walls of glass offered panoramic views of the indifferent wilderness. Cozy, yet exposed. On the polished kitchen island sat a thermos of apparently still warm coffee, a basket of local snacks, and a single laminated card. "Welcome to the lookout." The card read in neat, impersonal print. Wood is stacked by the hearth. Generator instructions are in the binder. Wi-Fi is spotty. Embrace the disconnect for your comfort and safety. Previous guests found these guidelines helpful. Below that, the 3 rules, stark and unexplained. If the snow around the cabin melts in a perfect circle, don't go outside. If a child knocks and asks for warmth, don't open the door. If your breath fogs the window but you're not near it, run. Helpful guidelines, Anna read over my shoulder, her voice tight with disbelief. "What the hell is this, Daniel? Some kind of creepy local joke?" "Maybe," I said, trying to sound reassuring, though a strange unease prickled beneath my skin. I remembered the brief exchange with the elderly shopkeeper, Mary, back in Juneau when I'd mentioned where we were staying. Her warm smile had faded instantly. "The lookout, up past the old pass," she'd murmured, her eyes clouding over. "That place holds its breath. Be careful what you let in." At the time, I dismissed it as local superstition. Now, looking at the laminated card, her words felt less like folklore and more like a warning. "It's probably just the owner being weird," Anna insisted, already unpacking groceries, trying to impose normalcy on the unsettling situation. "Remote places, people get eccentric." Maybe she was right, but as I stood by the vast picture window, watching the twilight deepen into an endless Alaskan night, the forest pressing close, I saw it. A flicker of movement at the edge of the tree line, where the weak porch light failed, something pale against the snow, vanishing instantly. A snowshoe hare, or just my grief-stricken mind, already projecting shadows onto the pristine white landscape. I turned away from the glass, the reflection showing the tension in my own face. The cabin suddenly feeling less like a sanctuary, and more like a glass cage suspended in the vast, indifferent dark. The first night was a restless truce, with the unfamiliar silence. The cabin groaned and settled around us, sounds amplified by the stillness, the low sigh of the wind, the distant crack of freezing timber, the rhythmic hum of the generator kicking in. Anna eventually fell into an exhausted sleep, but I lay awake for hours, listening, straining to interpret the language of the isolated night, the memory of Mary's warning and the strange rules replaying in my head. Morning arrived not with bright sun, but with a pearlescent gray light filtering through the heavy cloud cover, illuminating a world blanketed in fresh snow from an overnight flurry. I got up first, moving quietly to start the coffee, needing the routine, the warmth. Walking past the main picture window, overlooking the valley, I stopped dead, coffee filter still in hand. The fresh snow lay undisturbed across the landscape, a pristine white sheet stretching towards the dark tree line, except directly around the cabin, in a perfect, geometrically precise circle, extending maybe 15 feet out from the walls. The snow was gone, not just melted, but vanished. The dark, damp earth beneath was exposed, steaming faintly in the frigid air. The transition from bare ground to deep snowpack, unnervingly sharp and exact. Rule 1. Snow melts in a perfect circle. Don't go outside. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Anna," I called, my voice hoarse. "Anna, come look at this." She joined me at the window, initial sleepiness vanishing as she took in the impossible sight. What is that? She breathed. Is it geothermal? A hot spring under the cabin? There was nothing about that in the listing, I said, my mind racing. And look how perfect the circle is. It's right up to the foundation. It has to be something natural, she insisted, though doubt flickered in her eyes. A septic field malfunctioned. We should go check it out. She moved towards the door. No! The word came out sharper than intended. I held up the laminated card we'd left on the counter. Rule 1, Anna. It says don't go outside. Daniel, that's ridiculous, she argued, frustration replacing her confusion. It's a plumbing issue or a geological quirk. We can't just stay trapped in here because of some creepy note. What if it's not a quirk? I countered, feeling a deep, primal dread settle over me. What if that circle means something? What if staying inside is the safe thing to do right now? The argument simmered between us, unspoken grief and present fear creating a volatile mix. But the sheer wrongness of the perfectly circular thaw, the steaming earth against the frozen landscape, held us captive. We stayed inside, prisoners of the rule, watching the circle from the windows. The day crawled by. The circle remained, unchanging. We felt exposed, watched from the silent, snow-laden trees beyond the unnatural boundary. Once, I thought I saw faint impressions appearing on the damp earth within the circle. Not footprints, but shallow, elongated scrapes, as if something heavy without feet had dragged itself across the ground. By the time I convinced Anna to look, they were gone, or perhaps had never been there at all. Just before the long twilight finally began its slow descent into night, I saw it again, or rather, felt it. Standing by the window, looking out past the circle, the undisturbed snowfield beyond seemed to shift. A subtle ripple moved beneath the surface, like a large body turning over in its sleep, just under the white blanket. It was there, then gone, leaving the snowfield, looking exactly as it had before. But I knew what I had seen. Something was out there, just beyond the circle, and the rule, suddenly, felt less like a suggestion and more like a command etched in ice. The circle vanished overnight. We woke to find fresh snow blanketing everything right up to the cabin walls, erasing any trace of the previous day's anomaly. It was profoundly unsettling, the evidence of the strangeness wiped clean, leaving us to question our own shared experience. Was it real? Or was the isolation, the grief, playing tricks on us? The gaslighting, whether intentional or environmental, frayed our already strained nerves. That day passed in a haze of forced normalcy and simmering tension. We kept the fire roaring, played cards with forced cheerfulness, tried to ignore the way the wind seemed to whisper around the eaves, the way the shadows seemed to lengthen unnaturally in the corners of the room. Even in the middle of the day, the generator sputtered occasionally, plunging us into flickering, heart-stopping moments of near darkness. Communication with the outside world was non-existent. The Wi-Fi signal had vanished completely, and cell service remained stubbornly absent. We were truly cut off. The storm hit after dark, arriving with a sudden violent fury. Wind howled like a hungry animal around the cabin, rattling the windows, driving snow horizontally against the glass. The power, reliant on the generator, flickered more violently now, threatening to fail completely. We huddled near the fireplace, the only source of reliable light and warmth. The vast darkness outside pressing against the large windows. Then came the sound, almost lost beneath the wind's roar. Faint, persistent, a light, hesitant tapping at the main door. Tap, tap, tap. We froze, looking at each other, eyes wide in the firelight. Just the wind, Anna whispered, unconvincingly, branches hitting the door. But the tapping continued, rhythmic, deliberate, and then a voice, small and thin, barely audible over the storm's howl, seeming to come from right outside the thick wooden door. Please. Hello? Can you help me? Please. Let me in. I'm so cold. It sounded like a child, maybe 8 or 9 years old, voice trembling with cold and fear. Rule 2. Child knocks. Asks for warmth. Don't open the door, Anna gasped, scrambling to her feet, her face etched with horror and pity. Daniel, my God, there's a child out there. In this storm, we have to. No! I grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the door, my own heart pounding with a sickening mix of terror and guilt. I pointed a shaking finger towards the rule card, still sitting on the nearby table. Anna, the rule, don't open the door. Are you insane? She cried, trying to pull away. That's a child. We can't just leave them to freeze. What if their parents crashed? What if they're lost? What if it's not a child? I hissed back, the memory of Mary's warning, the impossible snow circle, vivid in my mind. What if it's a lure? Like the rule says, the knocking came again, more insistent now. Please. It's so cold. Just let me warm up for a minute. Please. The voice was heartbreakingly plaintive. Anna sobbed, torn. I felt like a monster, standing there, barricading the door against a child's pleas, but the absolute conviction behind the rules, the things we'd already seen, held me fast. We stood frozen, listening to the desperate cries and the relentless tapping, the wind howling around us like a chorus of the damned. Risking everything, I crept to the door's peephole, shielding it from the firelight. I peered out into the maelstrom. Swirling snow, blackness, the frantic dance of trees at the edge of the weak porch light. Nothing else. No small figure huddled against the storm. No footprints leading to the door. Yet the knocking continued, right beneath the peephole now, and the child's voice pleaded, I know you're in there. Please. Suddenly, the knocking, and the voice stopped. Dead silence, except for the wind. We waited, breath held. Then, from the other side of the cabin, near the large picture windows overlooking the valley, we heard it. Faint, chilling, unmistakable. A sound like a child's soft, knowing giggle carried on the wind. Then it too was gone, leaving only the storm and the crushing weight of our fear inside the firelit cabin. Sleep was impossible after the knocking incident. We spent the rest of the night huddled together by the dying fire, starting at every creak of the cabin, every howl of the wind. The storm eventually blew itself out, leaving behind a world buried even deeper in snow, pristine and silent under a weak gray dawn. But the silence felt different now, violated. We hadn't opened the door, but something felt like it had gotten closer, like it had tested our boundaries and found them wanting. Trust between Anna and me was a frayed thread. Her earlier skepticism had been replaced by a raw, simmering fear. But underneath it, I sensed a current of resentment directed at me, at my insistence on following the rules that had forced us to ignore a child's desperate pleas. I couldn't blame her. I felt like a monster myself. But the alternative felt infinitely worse. We barely spoke, moving through the motions of survival, chopping more wood, checking the dwindling generator fuel, rationing food, trapped in our shared isolation and separate fears. We tried messaging the host again via the Airbnb app, hoping the storm had passed and some signal might get through. Severe storm last night. Heard strange noises, knocking. Is there a history of animal activity or anything unusual we should know about this property? I typed, trying to sound calm, rational. Hours later, a reply finally blinked onto my phone screen, the signal vanishing immediately after. Alaska wilderness, full of surprises. Oh, sounds like cabin fever perhaps. The woods play tricks. Previous guests found focusing on the fireplace very calming. Ensure generator fuel is topped up. Enjoy the rustic charm, the forced cheerfulness, the complete dismissal of our concerns, the non-answer. It felt deliberate, malignant. Was the host monitoring us, Were they amused by our terror? Late that afternoon, the oppressive gray sky began to clear slightly, weak sunlight filtering through the clouds, making the snowscape outside glitter unnaturally. I stood near the large picture window in the main room, gazing out at the valley, trying to map a potential escape route in my mind if things got worse. Anna was across the room trying to read by the weak light, wrapped in a blanket. Suddenly, the vast expanse of glass directly in front of me fogged over. And dom de hini, hanastistiga kani, asas you on teletegi, ezordasti, satan. Not a gradual misting from the temperature difference, but a thick, instantaneous patch of condensation appearing on the pane, perfectly mirroring the size and shape of human breath exhaled from inches away, except I was standing a good 5 feet back from the window. Rule 3. Breath fogs the window, but you're not near it. Run. Primal terror. Cold and absolute. Bypassed thought entirely. Run! The word tore from my throat as I instinctively scrambled backwards, grabbing Anna's arm and yanking her away from the windows, towards the center of the room, heart threatening to explode in my chest. "Daniel, what is it?" she cried out, stumbling, terrified by my sudden panic. I could only point, trembling, towards the window. The patch of fog hung there for a sickening moment, obscuring the view outside, a tangible sign of an intimate, invisible presence right there with us. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it began to fade, evaporating back into the cold, clear glass, leaving no trace, or almost no trace. As the last wisps of condensation vanished, my eyes caught it, just before it disappeared completely, a faint, fleeting outline on the inside of the glass where the fog had been thickest. The unmistakable, ephemeral print of a hand, small, slender, pressed against the pane from within our supposed sanctuary. Something was inside. Something was inside, or it could get inside whenever it wanted, and it had just shown us it was watching. The fading handprint on the inside of the glass was a violation that shattered any remaining illusion of safety. Whatever haunted this place wasn't just outside. It was with us, intimately aware, capable of manifesting its presence within our sanctuary. As dusk bled into another impossibly long Alaskan night, a blizzard descended with sudden, shocking ferocity, howling around the cabin like a chorus of banshees, plastering snow against the already compromised windows. Almost immediately, the generator outside coughed, sputtered, and died with a final defeated groan, plunging the cabin into near-total darkness, lit only by the frantic, hungry dance of flames in the fireplace. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm us. Then, the phenomena began. No longer subtle tests, but a full-blown assault. The rhythmic knocking returned, not just at the main door, but at the back door, the kitchen window, shifting, surrounding us. And the child's voice, thin and pleading, seemed to come from all directions at once over the wind's roar. So cold. "Let me in, please." Anna huddled by the fire, hands over her ears, rocking back and forth, tears streaming down her face. Then, the snow outside the main picture windows began to change. Not melting this time, but swirling, coalescing in the faint firelight, filtering outwards. A perfect circle formed again, not of thawed earth, but of unnaturally agitated, swirling snow, contained within an invisible boundary, while flakes fell placidly elsewhere. And within the swirling circle, dark, shifting shapes seemed to writhe just beneath the surface. Rule 1 held us captive inside, while Rule 2 laid siege to the doors. My phone, miraculously finding a single bar of signal, buzzed with an incoming Airbnb message notification. The host, experiencing authentic Alaskan weather. Thrilling. Remember to keep the fire fed. Some find the rhythmic sounds of the storm quite meditative. Embrace the experience. The cheerful emojis felt like digital knives twisting in my gut. He knew. He had to know. It's not safe. I typed back frantically. Something is trying to get in. Almost instantly, the large window overlooking the valley, the one that had fogged earlier, misted over again from the inside, thick and white. Rule 3. Run! I scrambled away, pulling Anna with me, deeper into the cabin's central room, away from the glass walls. Other windows began to fog simultaneously, obscuring the outside world, trapping us in the flickering firelight with the sounds of the siege. The knocking grew heavier, more demanding, accompanied now by a faint, abrasive scratching sound against the wood of the main door. Another message alert. The host. Structure is very sound, built to withstand elements. Previous guests reported feeling a profound sense of connection to the place during storms. Perhaps lean into that feeling? Acceptance brings peace. Acceptance? He wanted us to open the door, to look closely at the windows, to go outside. He was facilitating this. We piled furniture against the main door, wedged chairs under the handles of others, listened as the scratching intensified, as the child's voice dissolved into something less human, a high-pitched, chilling mimicry. Windows fogged and cleared unpredictably around the room. We fed the fire obsessively, the roaring heat our only weapon against the invasive cold that seemed to radiate from the walls themselves. Hours passed in a blur of terror, huddled together, listening to the cabin groan under the assault of the storm and the relentless attention of the white visitor, praying for dawn, praying for the rules to somehow hold until the siege broke. Dawn arrived not with relief, but with exhaustion so profound it felt like drowning. The blizzard blew itself out as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a world transformed, buried under immense drifts, silent save for the drip of melting snow from the eaves under a pale, watery sun. The knocking had stopped hours ago. The windows were clear. Looking outside hesitantly, the perfect circle was gone, replaced by smooth, deep snow. No tracks led to or from the cabin. It was as if the night's horrors had been nothing but a shared, intense nightmare, except for the deep, gouging scratches marring the exterior of the main door, and the lingering, bone-deep chill in the air that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. We had survived the night, but something essential had broken between us. The shared terror hadn't forged a stronger bond. It had exposed the raw, ragged edges of our grief and fear, leaving us isolated even in proximity. We moved with the numb efficiency of automatons, avoiding each other's eyes. Pack. Leave. Now, the Jeep was a snowdrift with windows. It took nearly 2 hours of frantic, freezing work with a flimsy emergency shovel stored in the cabin to clear enough snow to even reach the doors. My breath plumed, freezing instantly on my beard. Anna worked silently beside me, her face pale and set. When I finally got the engine to turn over after several sputtering protests against the intense cold, the sound felt like a miracle. The drive back down the mountain track was treacherous, slow, punctuated by skids and near misses on the ice hidden beneath the powder. Every shadowed hollow, every dense thicket of pines, seemed to hold watchful eyes. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a flicker of white against white pacing us. Anna just stared straight ahead, hands clenched in her lap. The vast, majestic landscape felt suffocating now, imbued with a silent, predatory menace. Reaching the main highway, seeing another car, felt like breaking the surface after being held underwater. We didn't speak of the host, the rules, the knocking, the breath on the glass. The experience felt too vast, too insane to put into words. How could we explain it to anyone? How could we explain it even to ourselves? Pulling into Juneau felt like re-entering reality from a nightmare dimension. The mundane sights, traffic lights, storefronts, people walking bundled against the cold, seemed alien, fragile. We stopped at the first gas station, the fluorescent lights of the convenience store buzzing aggressively bright after the dim cabin. I tried checking the Airbnb app again. The listing for the lookout was gone, The host's profile, deleted or anonymized. All message history vanished. As if it, and we, had never existed. We were utterly cut off, with no proof beyond our shared, shattering memories. We saw Mary, the shopkeeper, from our arrival, sweeping snow from her walkway. She looked up as we drove past, her gaze lingering on our faces for a moment, her expression one of deep, weary sadness. She knew. She didn't need proof. Life after the lookout was a fragile thing. We returned home to the familiar routines and obligations, but the Alaskan wilderness had imprinted itself onto our souls. The silence of our apartment felt different, not peaceful, but waiting. We jumped at unexpected knocks, scrutinized reflections, felt a pang of irrational fear when seeing children playing in the cold. The space between Anna and me widened, filled with the unspoken horrors we couldn't process, let alone share. Eventually, quietly, we drifted apart, the shared trauma, a chasm too wide to bridge. I tried reporting the host, the listing, to Airbnb. Sent detailed accounts, screenshots of the initial booking confirmation, before the listing vanished. Received polite, automated responses about investigating platform violations, followed by radio silence. Contacted the Juneau Police Department, spoke of a potentially negligent or fraudulent rental situation, hinted at safety concerns. Was met with polite skepticism, jurisdictional questions, and the unavoidable lack of concrete evidence. We were just another couple spooked by isolation and bad weather in the wilderness. Case closed before it was even opened. Months passed. I moved apartments, tried therapy, tried to rationalize, tried to forget. The sharp edges of the terror dulled, but the underlying dread remained, a low hum beneath the surface of everyday life. Then, one ordinary Tuesday afternoon, sorting through emails, I saw it. An automated message from Airbnb. Subject: how was your stay at the lookout? My blood ran cold. The listing was gone. The host vanished. Yet their automated system, glitching perhaps across time and digital space, had sent the review request. Morbid curiosity, or maybe a need to confront the phantom, made me open it. Standard template: rate your stay, leave comments, upload photos, and attached as usual was a generic photo of the property intended to jog the guest's memory. It was a standard exterior shot of the cabin. The lookout, nestled amongst the snow-laden pines, looking deceptively peaceful under a gray Alaskan sky. Just a thumbnail preview. I almost deleted the email, but something made me click, enlarging the photo on my screen. I zoomed in, focusing on the main picture window. The large pane of glass overlooking the valley where I'd stood watching the impossible snow circle form, where the unexplained breath had fogged the glass. It was dark inside the cabin in the photo, shadows obscuring the interior. But as I magnified the image further, pixels resolving, my breath hitched in my throat. There, faint, blurry, but undeniably present, pressed against the inside of that specific window, was a face, pale, indistinct, staring out from the darkness within the cabin, staring directly at the camera, staring directly at me, and with a final, sickening lurch of recognition that sent ice water through my veins, I realized whose face it was. It was mine. I thought the worst thing that could happen was getting snowed in. I was wrong. The real horror wasn't the storm. It was the invitation, the rules, the thing behind the glass that wore my face. When we left that cabin, we didn't escape. We just carried something with us. Something cold, something watching. And months later, I got the email. Rate your stay at the lookout. The listing was gone. The host vanished. But the photo they sent showed the cabin, and in the window, my face. If that made your skin crawl, drop a comment. What would you have done if a child knocked during the storm? And don't forget to like and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the rules keep you alive, or at least keep you company. Some places aren't haunted by ghosts. They're haunted by silence, the kind of silence that follows rules and punishes those who break them. I moved to a farm just outside Tallahassee, looking for peace and a fresh start. What I found was a barn that made my dog scream, neighbors who smiled just a little too wide, and a chicken coop full of eggs that didn't follow the rules of nature. There were 3 rules left behind by the last owner. Crows circle the barn, stay inside until sundown. Dog won't go in the barn. Neither do you. Count 12 eggs when there's less. Don't touch the last one. At first, I laughed. Then I started following them. This isn't a ghost story. It's a containment protocol. Watch until the end, because what's inside the barn is terrifying. But the real horror may be living just beyond the fence. Leave a comment if your hometown ever had a house no one talked about. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow the rules. You're watching Night Creepypasta Rules. And this is, I moved to a farm in a strange suburb outside of Tallahassee. The Florida air didn't just hang heavy at Black Creek Farmstead. It clung, thick and wet, tasting of sunshine, damp earth, blossoming honeysuckle, and the underlying funk of slow decay. Stepping out of the U-Haul and into the oppressive afternoon heat felt like wading into warm soup. Sweat prickled instantly on my skin. I'd traded the relentless gray noise of the city for this. A wall of buzzing insect sounds so constant it paradoxically emphasized the profound quiet beneath. This was supposed to be peace, my escape from burnout, from the life that had chewed me up and spat me out. Right now, it just felt heavy. The farmstead itself was a study in neglected potential, a charming, if desperately paint-needing, 2-story farmhouse sat shaded by massive oaks dripping with Spanish moss. Overgrown fields, thick with weeds and wildflowers, stretched back towards a dark tree line. And then there was the barn. It dominated the property, larger than the house, its faded red paint peeling, roof sagging slightly, the dark maw of its main door looming like a judgment. Beside it, a small, functional-looking chicken coop seemed almost comically mundane in comparison. My loyal rescue mutt, Buster, whined softly from the passenger seat of my dusty car, parked behind the U-Haul, his usual boundless enthusiasm noticeably absent. Just beyond the property line, marked by a row of listing fence posts swallowed by vines, began the uncanny neatness of the Oak Haven Estate subdivision. Manicured lawns, identical beige houses, sprinklers whispering rhythmically in the heat. It felt jarringly close, yet a world away from the tangled wildness of the farmstead. A different kind of silence emanated from there, watchful, curated. Inside the farmhouse, amidst the previous owner's dusty cast-offs and the scent of mildew and lemon oil, I found it, tucked inside the back of a kitchen drawer, beneath yellowed appliance manuals, was a folded, brittle piece of notebook paper, handwritten and shaky. Faded ink were 3 short lines. Crows circle the barn. Stay indoors till sundown. Dog won't go in the barn. You don't either. Count 12 eggs when you know there's less. Don't touch the last. No signature. No explanation. Just the rules. Local folklore. The ramblings of an aging owner. I almost laughed, crumpling it slightly. But something in the deliberate, spidery handwriting made me pause. I smoothed it out and tucked it into my back pocket, an unsettling curiosity mingling with my exhaustion. Later, while hauling boxes, a voice startled me. "Well, hello there. Welcome to the neighborhood." Leaning over the dilapidated fence separating the farm from Oak Haven Estates was a woman, likely mid-60s, immaculately dressed in crisp linen. Her bright white sneakers pristine despite the dusty ground on her side. Oh, her smile was wide, blindingly white. Mrs. Gable, according to the mailbox next door. "Just moving in," I managed, wiping sweat from my forehead. "Oh, how wonderful. It's brave of you taking on this old place," she said, her gaze sweeping over the farmhouse, lingering perhaps a fraction too long on the barn. "Lots of work. Needs a firm hand. Let me know if you need anything at all, dear. Anything." Her friendliness felt slightly too intense, her eyes sharp and observant behind the smile. As the afternoon wore on, Buster finally consented to explore the yard, though he gave the barn a wide berth, sniffing cautiously at the overgrown grass. Driven by a need to assess the property's main structure, I headed towards it, Buster trotting nervously a few paces behind. The closer we got, the heavier the air seemed to feel around the massive wooden building. A low hum, maybe just insects, seemed to emanate from within its shadow depths. 10 yards from the big sliding doors, Buster stopped dead. His ears flattened, the fur along his spine bristled, and a low, distressed whine started deep in his chest. He planted his paws, refusing to budge, staring at the barn doors with an intensity that made my own skin crawl. "Come on, boy," I urged, tugging gently on his collar. "It's just an old barn." He pulled back harder, whining louder now, his body trembling slightly. He wouldn't go closer. Rule 2 flashed in my mind, unbidden. Dog won't go in the barn. You don't either. Looking from Buster's genuine terror to the dark, silent maw of the barn, a chill traced its way down my spine, despite the suffocating Florida heat. Maybe the old owner wasn't just eccentric after all. Maybe the rules weren't just folklore. Standing there, with my dog trembling beside me, and the shadow of the barn looming, my quiet, simple life already felt terrifyingly complicated. Settling into Black Creek farmstead felt like trying to smooth a wrinkled sheet that refused to lie flat. I unpacked boxes under the drone of the window AC unit, trying to ignore the imposing presence of the barn, hulking just beyond the overgrown yard. Buster, my usually intrepid mutt, stuck close to my heels inside the house, casting wary glances towards the windows facing the barn, a low whine occasionally vibrating in his chest. His unease was infectious. The need for tools eventually drove me towards the barn again a few days later. The previous owner had left behind decades of accumulated junk, according to the sale documents, but also potentially useful things. A functioning tractor mower, garden implements, maybe even spare parts for the farmhouse's ancient plumbing. With Buster trotting reluctantly behind me, leash clipped on just in case, I approached the big, weathered sliding doors. The oppressive silence around the structure seemed to deepen as we got closer, the usual chorus of Florida insects fading unnervingly. Buster started whining again, that same low, distressed sound from our first day, planting his paws firmly about 20 feet from the doors. He refused to budge, his body trembling, eyes fixed on the dark space beneath the doors. "Come on, boy," I coaxed, pulling gently. "There's probably just squirrels in there." He dug his paws in harder, emitting a short, sharp bark of protest, looking up at me with genuine fear in his eyes. This wasn't his usual stubbornness. This was terror. Rule 2. Dog won't go in the barn. You don't either. Frustration warred with a growing knot of apprehension. I needed those tools, but Buster. I trusted his instincts. I let the leash go slack. Okay. I sighed. "We won't go in." His trembling eased slightly, though he still refused to move closer. I tried walking towards the door alone, just to peer through the cracks. Buster let out a series of sharp, panicked barks, pulling frantically back towards the house. Fine. The tools could wait. Whatever was or wasn't in there wasn't worth terrorizing my dog. As we retreated towards the farmhouse, Mrs. Gable's overly bright voice called out from her side of the fence. She was tending her immaculate rose bushes, snippers in hand. "Having trouble with the old barn, dear?" she asked, her smile wide and fixed. Just need some work, I called back evasively. Dog doesn't seem to like it much. Oh, they sense things, don't they? She chirped. Probably just rats. Or maybe snakes seeking shade. Best keep that old thing shut up tight regardless. Wouldn't want anything unpleasant wandering out. She went back to her roses, but I felt her eyes watching me until I was back inside the house. Later that afternoon, working near a back window, I glanced out towards the barn. A faint scraping sound, like heavy wood dragging slowly across concrete, drifted from inside the structure, barely audible over the cicada's drone. Then, silence again. That night, before locking up, I made a point of checking the barn door's heavy wooden latch. It was secure, firmly in place. Yet, when I looked out the kitchen window before heading to bed, moonlight illuminated the barnyard. The massive sliding door was open, just a crack, maybe 6 inches, revealing a sliver of absolute impenetrable darkness within. The discovery of the opened barn door left me deeply unsettled. I forced it shut the next morning, the wood groaning in protest, and wedged a heavy piece of timber against it from the outside, though I doubted it would do much good if something truly wanted out or in. I started researching Black Creek Farmstead online, digging through county records, old newspaper archives. Bits and pieces surfaced. Crops failing inexplicably decades ago, whispers of livestock sickness, previous owners leaving abruptly or meeting unfortunate accidents. Nothing concrete, just the lingering stain of bad luck and local avoidance. I drove into the small town nearby for supplies and stopped at Abernathy's Feed and Seed, hoping the elderly proprietor might offer some local insight. Mr. Abernathy, a man whose face seemed mapped with the history of the county, listened patiently, polishing a pair of spectacles. Black Creek, he'd mused, his voice dry like autumn leaves. Aye, that place has history? Sits on tricky land? Some say the soil remembers things best forgotten. He offered vague tales of Seminole conflicts centuries ago, of early settlers struggling. But when I pressed about recent owners or specific rumors, he became evasive. Folks around here tend to let old ground lie still, was all he'd offer, his eyes cautioning me against digging further. The crows appeared 3 days later. It was mid-afternoon, hot and still, the air thick enough to taste. I was trying to clear weeds from a potential garden patch near the house, Buster lying panting in the shade. A single crow landed silently on the peak of the barn roof, then another, and another. Within minutes there were dozens, a silent black congregation gathering against the washed-out blue sky. Then, slowly, deliberately, they began to circle, not randomly, but in a tight, coordinated vortex, directly above the barn. Their wings making no sound, casting slow, dizzying shadows on the ground below. Rule 1. Crows, circle the barn. Stay inside until sunset. The sight was profoundly unnatural, deeply unsettling. A cold dread, unrelated to the heat, spread through me. My half-formed plan to investigate the barn again, maybe try to peek through a higher window, evaporated. This was an omen, clear and undeniable. Buster, inside, I called, my voice tight. He was already on his feet, hackles raised, emitting a low growl at the silent, circling birds. We retreated quickly to the farmhouse, the heavy thud of the back door locking sounding final. From the living room window, I watched them. The silent, relentless circling continued for hours. No cawing, no squabbling, just a hypnotic, coordinated flight against the backdrop of the decaying barn. It felt like a ritual, a vigil. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, the light hitting the circling crows seemed to warp, making their forms shimmer, momentarily indistinct. Then, precisely as the last sliver of the sun vanished below the tree line, the circling stopped. As one, the crows broke formation and flew away, dispersing rapidly into the deepening twilight, leaving the sky empty and the silence profound. Later that evening, summoning my courage, I stepped cautiously out the back door onto the porch. The air felt clear, normal again, but resting directly on the worn doormat, placed dead center, was a single, large, glossy black feather. It hadn't been there before, and none of the crows had ever landed near the house. The feather felt like a calling card left by something ancient and patient. I didn't touch it, nudging it off the porch with my shoe, trying to dismiss it as coincidence, a stray plume carried by the wind. But the feeling of being watched, of operating under unseen rules on borrowed time, intensified. Sleep offered little respite, filled with circling shadows and the image of Buster's terrified eyes staring at the barn. Mrs. Gable's overly bright good mornings, called over the fence, felt increasingly like surveillance reports. The farm routine became my anchor to sanity. Clearing brush, patching fences, tending the small flock of hens left by the previous owner. Collecting the eggs was usually a moment of simple satisfaction, a tangible reward for the day's effort. There were 11 hens. Usually I collected 9 or 10 eggs, sometimes 11 on a good day. One sweltering afternoon, I headed to the coop, basket in hand. The hens clucked and scratched contentedly in their run. Inside the small wooden structure, I began checking the nesting boxes filled with clean straw. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11 brown eggs, warm from the hens. Normal. I reached into the last occupied box and paused. There were 2 eggs nestled side by side in that last box, bringing the total count to 13. Not 12, as the strangely specific third rule had warned against touching, but 13. Yet, the rule was about extra eggs, counting more than expected. 11 hens shouldn't reliably lay 13 eggs. My hand hovered over the last 2. One looked perfectly ordinary. The other, the 13th egg I'd counted, felt subtly wrong. It was a fraction paler than the others, its shell unnaturally smooth, almost like polished stone. And when my fingers accidentally brushed against it, it felt strangely cold, heavy, inert. Rule 3. If you count 12 or more eggs when there should be fewer, don't touch the last one you counted. Did last mean the final number? 13. Or the 12th one specifically? The wording was ambiguous, but the implication felt clear. One of these extra eggs was dangerous. The 13th one felt colder, deader. The 12th one just felt extra. My heart pounded. Logic dictated I take both. Maybe a hen was surprisingly productive, but the memory of the crows, Buster's terror, the silent warnings, they screamed caution. I carefully collected the first 11 eggs, then the 12th, placing it gently in the basket. The 13th, the cold, pale, smooth one, I left sitting alone in the nesting box, a tiny ominous porcelain orb in the dim light of the coop. It felt like defusing a bomb. Step by careful step, back in the farmhouse kitchen washing the eggs. I kept glancing out the window towards the coop, an irrational dread settling over me. Did I choose right? Was the 12th the danger, or the 13th, or both? Later that afternoon, drawn by an anxiety I couldn't shake, I looked out again. From this distance, I couldn't see the egg itself, but spreading slowly on the clean straw beneath where I'd left the 13th egg was a faint, dark, viscous-looking stain, like crude oil or spoiled yolk, slowly seeping outwards from beneath the untouched, perfect shell. The dark stain spreading beneath the 13th egg felt like a promise, a slow corruption seeping into the mundane fabric of the farm. My days took on a heightened sense of nervous vigilance. Every creak of the old farmhouse, every shadow cast by the swaying Spanish moss, felt like a potential prelude. Buster mirrored my anxiety, sticking close, his hackles often raised for no discernible reason, especially near the silent, imposing barn. Then the summer storm hit, rolling in off the Gulf with subtropical fury one late afternoon. The sky turned a bruised purple-gray, unleashing a deluge that hammered against the roof with a deafening intensity. Wind howled through the oaks, rattling the window panes. Within minutes, the power flickered and died, plunging the farmhouse into a humid, shadowed gloom, lit only by the emergency flashlights I thankfully unpacked. Outside, the world dissolved into a gray, wind-lashed torrent. And through the roar of the rain and wind, I saw them. Crows, dozens, maybe hundreds, appearing as if conjured from the storm itself, battling the gale-force winds to circle, relentlessly, silently, directly above the unseen barn. Rule 1. Manifesting amidst the chaos. Staying inside wasn't a choice. It was the only option. Buster, who usually weathered storms with stoic indifference, was frantic. He paced whining between the front door and the back door, refusing to settle, occasionally letting out a low, guttural growl directed not outside, but towards the interior walls facing the barn. Then, he refused to even go near the back door, the one where the feather had appeared, planting himself firmly in the center of the living room, trembling. Rule 2. Amplified. Something was wrong, not just in the barn, but potentially near it, its influence radiating outwards. Trapped, listening to the storm rage and Buster's low growls. A desperate need for some control, some routine. Sent me towards the chicken coop earlier than usual, flashlight beam cutting through the dim house. Maybe fresh eggs would feel normal. Inside the small, stuffy coop, the hens huddled miserably. I counted the nesting boxes quickly by flashlight beam. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Again. The 12th egg looked normal. The 13th, pale and unnaturally smooth, felt deathly cold to the touch even through the oppressive humidity. The dark stain beneath it on the straw was larger now, glistening wetly in the flashlight beam. Rule 3 escalated as I backed out of the coop, leaving the 12th and 13th eggs untouched. A deafening clap of thunder shook the very foundation of the farmhouse. It was immediately followed by a sound from the barn. Not thunder, but a heavy splintering crack, like massive timbers giving way under immense pressure. Then, a prolonged, deep scraping sound, like something immensely heavy being dragged across the barn's wooden floor. Buster erupted into furious, terrified barking inside the house, heart pounding, soaked from the dash back from the coop. I slammed and bolted the back door, just as lightning illuminated the yard in a stark, blue-white flash. In that instant, I saw it, a tall, gaunt shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness within the slightly ajar barn door. Impossibly tall, seeming to unfold itself into the storm before vanishing as darkness crashed back down. San, dear, are you all right in there? The voice, thin but piercing, cut through the wind and rain from the direction of the fence line. Mrs. Gable, standing on her side, under a large umbrella, somehow still looking crisp and unruffled despite the deluge. "We're fine," I yelled back over the storm, suspicion instantly overriding relief. "Just the storm." "Oh, it's a terrible one," she called, taking a step closer to the fence. "Sometimes these old farms, things get stirred up, especially that barn." "Did you happen to notice if the crows were about before it hit?" They always seem to know. Her words, specific, referencing the rule, sent a chill down my spine. "How would you know about the crows?" I shouted back, stepping onto the covered back porch, Buster growling beside me. Mrs. Gable's bright smile faltered for just a second, replaced by something calculating, almost impatient. "Local knowledge, dear," she said, her voice hardening slightly. "Things pass down. We all know Black Creek Farm needs careful handling, especially during storms. Did you check the eggs today? Sometimes stress makes hens lay funny. Best to just leave any odd ones be. Wouldn't want to risk. You know the rules, I stated flatly, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. The crows, the barn, the eggs, you know. Her smile vanished completely. We know what's necessary to keep things stable, she said, her voice sharp, cutting. This farm, it holds things back. Things that were disturbed when Oak Haven Estates went up. As long as the farm stands, as long as someone is here to observe the local customs, things stay balanced, contained. On this side of the fence, her gaze was hard now, all pretense gone. You're the caretaker now, Sam. Whether you like it or not, don't let things get out of hand. It wouldn't be pleasant for anyone. The implication was clear. My safety, the farm's existence, perhaps even my presence here was a necessary component of their peace, their safety. I was the buffer. I was the containment. Another tremendous crash echoed from the barn, followed by a sound like splintering wood on the inside of the structure, closer to the main doors this time. Buster barked frantically. Mrs. Gable took an involuntary step back from the fence, her eyes wide with genuine fear now. Keep it contained, Sam, she hissed, before turning and hurrying back towards her pristine house, abandoning me to the storm and whatever horrors her neighborhood had conveniently quarantined on my side of the property line. The scraping sound started again from the barn. Louder now, accompanied by a low guttural vibration that felt like it resonated up from the damp earth itself. Something was trying to get out, and I was trapped here, alone, with only a terrified dog and 3 insane rules standing between me and the storm within the storm. Dawn broke bruised and swollen, the storm having grumbled its way eastward, leaving behind a world washed clean but violated. The power remained stubbornly off, the silence in the farmhouse thick and heavy, broken only by the drip of water from the eaves and busters, occasional low whine from beside my feet. We had survived the night, huddled in the living room, listening to the intermittent scraping and shuddering sounds from the direction of the barn diminish as the storm waned. Sleep had been impossible as the first weak sunlight filtered through the grime-streaked windows. I cautiously ventured outside, Buster sticking so close he tripped me twice. The yard was a mess of fallen branches and debris. The black feather that had been on the back porch was gone, washed or blown away. I checked the chicken coop first. The hens were ruffled but unharmed. In the nesting boxes, there were only the normal brown eggs I hadn't collected the day before. The 12th and 13th eggs, the pale, cold one and its companion, were gone. No broken shells, no sign of disturbance, other than the dark, slightly sticky stain on the straw where the 13th had rested, now fading slightly as it dried. Vanished. My gaze went to the barn. From a distance it looked unchanged, brooding silently under the clearing sky. But as I approached, Buster planting his feet firmly 50 yards back near the house, refusing to come further, I saw the damage. The heavy wooden crossbeam I'd wedged against the main sliding doors was snapped cleanly in two, the pieces lying waterlogged in the mud, and the doors themselves, though closed now, bore deep, splintering gouges on the inside surface, visible through the slight gap where they met, as if something immensely strong had clawed or battered against them from within, trying to force its way out. A deep, resonant groan echoed from within the structure as I watched, the sound of old timbers settling, or perhaps something else stirring now that the storm had passed. I backed away slowly, the hair on my arms prickling. Rule 2 wasn't just a suggestion. It was a boundary around something that desperately wanted out. Later that morning, needing answers I knew I wouldn't get, I walked to the fence line. Mrs. Gable was already out, calmly surveying her own pristine, untouched lawn, picking up a few stray twigs the storm had deposited there. She looked up as I approached, her expression instantly rearranging itself into one of bright, neighborly concern. "Goodness, Sam, what a night," she exclaimed, her voice perfectly modulated. "Everything all right over here?" Sounded like a war zone. It was rough, I said, keeping my voice level, watching her eyes. "Lost power. Heard some strange noises from the barn." "Oh, that old barn." She laughed, a light, dismissive sound. "Probably just the wind rattling the loose boards, dear. Or maybe a branch came down on the roof. These storms do kick up a fuss." She didn't ask about the crows, the eggs, the specific sounds. "You seem to know a lot about the local customs last night, Mrs. Gable," I pressed, unable to stop myself. "About the rules." Her smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Just old wives' tales, Sam," she said smoothly, turning back to her perfect garden. "Things people say to spook newcomers. Pay them no mind. Focus on fixing up the place. I'm sure it will be lovely once you get it under control." She didn't look at me again, effectively ending the conversation, leaving me standing there facing the impenetrable wall of her denial, the silent complicity of the entire neighborhood hanging heavy in the humid air. There would be no help here, no answers. Only the rules, the barn, the eggs, and the silent watchers next door. Staying meant accepting the role they'd assigned me, the buffer, the keeper of their quarantine blight. The decision, once made, felt less like a choice and more like an inevitable escape. Black Creek Farmstead wasn't a refuge. It was a beautifully disguised cage, watched over by keepers who prioritized their own peace above all else. I couldn't live like that, constantly looking over my shoulder, deciphering omens, wondering which broken rule would be my last, all while my neighbors tended their roses and pretended not to notice the darkness they kept carefully contained on my side of the fence. Selling the place quickly and quietly was surprisingly easy. Mr. Abernathy, when I mentioned needing to leave due to unexpected family matters, knew a local investor very interested in properties bordering Oak Haven Estates. The offer was low, barely covering my costs, but I took it without haggling. The paperwork was handled remotely. I never met the investor. I suspected I already knew who was behind it, ensuring the farm remained occupied, the buffer zone maintained. Packing was a blur. I took only what fit in my car, leaving behind the ghosts and the potential buried in the overgrown fields. Busta seemed almost joyful as we drove away, leaving the oppressive weight of the farmstead shrinking in the rearview mirror. I didn't look back. Months later, I found myself in a small apartment in a coastal city hundreds of miles north. The smell of salt spray, a welcome replacement for damp earth and decay. I found a quiet job in a bookstore. I adopted another dog, hoping to give Buster a companion and myself a further anchor to normalcy. I tried, piece by painful piece, to rebuild the simple life I'd sought in Florida. The memories remained. Sharp, unwelcome intrusions, but distance brought a fragile sense of safety. Crows were just birds here. Eggs were just breakfast. Barns were just buildings, mostly. Then the package arrived. Oh, a small, unassuming cardboard box left outside my apartment door by a courier. No return address, just my name and new address printed neatly on the label. My stomach twisted with a sudden, cold premonition. Buster, sensing my unease, let out a low whine from the living room. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, nestled in plain brown packing paper, were two items. The first was a recent clipping from the Tallahassee Democrat newspaper, folded neatly. The headline read, "Historic Black Creek Farmstead welcomes new caretakers." The short article vaguely mentioned a young couple eager to restore the property, preserving its local heritage. New caretakers. The cycle continued. Beneath the clipping was the second item. Resting on the paper, looking pristine, almost luminous, was a single, perfect egg. It was unnaturally smooth, chalky white, cool to the touch despite the ambient room temperature. It looked exactly like the 12th, or 13th, egg I had fearfully left untouched in the coop at Black Creek Farmstead. There was no note, None was needed. The message was chillingly clear, delivered across hundreds of miles with cold, calculated precision. We know where you are. We haven't forgotten. The rules still apply even here. Stay quiet. I stood there in my anonymous apartment. The sounds of the distant city traffic suddenly muted, the fragile sense of safety shattering around me. In my hand, the egg felt impossibly heavy. A tangible piece of the darkness I thought I'd escaped. A reminder that the real fences weren't made of wood or wire, but of fear and complicity. And some boundaries, once crossed, could never truly be left behind. The silence from Hemlock County, it seemed, had a very long reach. I thought leaving the farm would be the end of it. I moved hundreds of miles away. New town, new life. I stopped looking out the window at night. I stopped counting eggs. I stopped checking for rules. Then the package came. No return address. Just my name, written in tight, careful letters. Inside, there were two things. A newspaper clipping announcing the proud new owners of Black Creek Farmstead. And sitting underneath it, cushioned in brown paper, was a single, smooth, bone-white egg. It was cold, heavier than it should have been, and I knew exactly what it meant. I never touched the last egg, but maybe I was never supposed to leave it behind either. They know where I am, and the rules, they still apply. Would you have followed them, or would you have opened the barn? Tell me in the comments. And if this story made your skin crawl, like and subscribe for more. We follow the strange rules, so you don't have to. This is Night Creepypasta Rules. Sleep well, and whatever you do, don't break the rules. They told me it was a game. A thrilling weekend of role play, mystery, and survival in a remote lodge buried deep in the woods. What they didn't tell me was that the rules were real, and breaking them meant more than just losing. It meant not making it out at all. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight's video is not just a story. It's a descent into something ancient, something hidden behind the facade of play. Werewolf, they called it. A classic game with 3 strange rules. But by the time I realized what was really happening, it was too late to back out. Stay until the end. Because the final twist will reframe everything you think you know. And once you've heard it, you may never trust your friends again. Leave a comment below. Tell me which rule chilled you the most. And if you make it to the last scene with your nerves intact, subscribe, because this isn't the only game that punishes curiosity. They say you should face your fears. Mine had followed me here, to this forgotten corner of Washington State, whispering echoes of slippery rocks and a friend's cry I couldn't unhear. Blackwood Creek Lodge. It had an address, a promise of brutal immersion, and 3 very specific, very strange rules for staying alive. Maybe this time, inside a game, I wouldn't lose control. Maybe this time, I could handle the stakes. The taxi driver hadn't said much, just cast nervous glances into the rearview mirror as the paved road gave way to gravel, then finally dirt choked by ancient pines whose branches clawed at the sky. He dropped me and my duffel bag where the track dissolved into mist and shadow. The engine noise swallowed instantly, unnaturally, by the trees. Blackwood Creek Lodge squatted ahead. Less a building and more a dark presence slumped against the hillside. Rain-slicked dark timber, windows like vacant eyes, reflecting the bruised twilight sky. The air hung thick and cold, heavy with the smell of perpetual damp, rotting leaves, and something else. Something sharp, metallic almost, like ozone after a distant lightning strike you never saw. Near her, silence pressed in. A physical weight broken only by the rhythmic, maddening sound of dripping water from overloaded eaves, somewhere above my head. My boots crunched on the sodden path, the sound too loud in the stillness. I caught a flicker of movement in an upper window, just a curtain stirring in a non-existent draft. Or was I already letting the isolation chew at the edges of my perception? Deep breath. Inhale the pine and decay. Exhale the doubt. This was the point. Immersion. Control. a chance to prove I wasn't defined by past failures. The heavy oak door groaned and opened on protesting hinges, revealing a cavernous main hall. Dim light wrestled against the encroaching gloom, glinting off the dusty glass eyes of taxidermy heads mounted high on the walls. Deer, elk, a bear whose snarling face seemed fixed on me. They felt less like trophies, more like silent, decaying guardians. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, a black maw, cold and dark. The air inside was even colder than outside, thick with the cloying scent of old smoke, furniture polish trying to mask mildew, and that persistent, grounding smell of wet earth. A woman detached herself from the deeper shadows near the fireplace, tall, strikingly severe, dressed in practical but clearly expensive outdoor gear that looked out of place against the lodge's faded grandeur. Her dark hair was pulled back in a tight, functional knot, and her eyes, when they finally met mine, were startlingly intense, almost black, holding an unnerving stillness. "Alex?" Her voice was low, unexpectedly smooth, cultured. "Yes, that's me." My own voice sounded thin in the large space. "Serafina." She offered no handshake, just a slight measuring nod. "Welcome to Blackwood Creek. You're the last to arrive. Come meet the others." She led me towards a mismatched collection of worn leather armchairs huddled near the hearth, as if for warmth it couldn't provide. 4 faces turned towards me, illuminated unevenly by a single flickering lamp. A young man with bright, almost feverishly restless eyes and overly loud hiking boots practically bounced in his seat. Then, beside him, a woman with sharp, angular features and arms crossed defensively, regarded me with undisguised skepticism. Chloe, a quieter woman, Maya, offered a brief, analytical glance, her eyes intelligent and assessing, before returning her gaze to the intricate patterns of the dusty oriental rug. There was an unnerving self-possession about her. And finally, an older man, David, sat slightly apart, his face a roadmap of past hardships, his expression carefully neutral, his hands resting quietly, patiently in his lap, then practically leaped up, his earlier restlessness channeling into forced enthusiasm. "Hey, Alex, right? Awesome you made it. This place is wild, isn't it?" He gestured broadly at the shadowed hall. "Seriously gives off the creepy vibes. Perfect for the game." Then, his smile faltered for a microsecond, a flicker of genuine unease crossing his features as his eyes darted towards the dark windows. Though, gotta admit, driving through those woods just now felt like something was watching. He quickly shook it off, his grin returning, perhaps a little too wide. But hey, brings the atmosphere, right? Chloe snorted softly, a dry, dismissive sound. "Perfectly isolated, you mean?" Her skeptical gaze swept over the room's decay. "Let's just hope the game lives up to the hype and the considerable price tag, unlike some other so-called immersive experiences that turned out to be nothing but overpriced theatrics." The slight bitterness in her tone suggested a past disappointment. Maya offered a quiet, almost shy smile that seemed genuine enough, a small counterpoint to her earlier assessment. "Welcome, Alex." David merely offered a curt nod. As his eyes met mine, they didn't just linger. They seemed to hold a flicker of weary recognition, perhaps not of me specifically, but of the situation, the setting. His gaze drifted for a moment towards the imposing stone hearth, a subtle tightening around his mouth, before his mask of neutrality settled firmly back into place. It felt less like a greeting, more like a tired acknowledgement of another soul entering the arena. Serafina waited for the brief ripples of introduction to subside, her dark gaze sweeping over us, commanding attention without raising her voice. "Now that we are all present," she began, her voice cutting cleanly through the uneasy tension, "we can establish the parameters for the week." She gestured for us to settle, though no one seemed truly comfortable. The fire remained pointedly unlit. "As you know," Serafina continued, her tone becoming more formal, almost ritualistic, "this is not merely a game. It is an exercise in immersion, psychology, and the primal instinct for survival. The scenario is werewolf. One or more among you carries the beast within. Each night, they will choose a victim. Each day, you, the villagers, must use your wits, your intuition, to identify and eliminate the threat before it consumes you all. But understand this, Blackwood Creek operates under its own unique conditions. A chill, entirely separate from the room's damp temperature, traced an icy path down my spine. The way she said unique conditions, it wasn't salesmanship. Serafina's intensity subtly increased, drawing the shadows tighter around our small group. She locked eyes with each of us in turn, a silent demand for absolute focus. "There are 3 rules you must adhere to," she stated, emphasizing the auxiliary verb. "These are not for game balance, not for thematic flair. Consider them essential for your own well-being within the simulation. They are absolute. They are non-negotiable." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink into the heavy, expectant silence. The only sound was the insistent punctuation of water dripping from somewhere unseen. "Rule 1. Her voice dropped slightly, becoming almost hypnotic, drawing us closer. "If someone is declared dead during the night phase, removed from play, and you then find them returned, seemingly unharmed, the following morning, you do not hold a vote that day. There will be no accusations, no deliberations concerning elimination. You do not question their presence, you accept it, and you wait." A nervous, strangled chuckle escaped Ben. Chloe frowned deeply, opening her mouth as if to voice the obvious logical objections rooted in her past experiences. But Serafina's unwavering stare seemed to physically press the words back down her throat. "Rule 2. Her eyes flickered towards the deeply shadowed corners of the room, as if acknowledging unseen listeners. "If, at any time, I, as your game master, make direct eye contact with you, and blink twice, like so." She demonstrated a slow, deliberate closing and opening of her eyes, then again. It felt unnervingly intimate, yet cold. "You must not, under any circumstances, reveal your assigned role or any significant game knowledge you believe you possess out loud for the remainder of that day cycle. Not to the group, not even whispered to an ally. Keep it locked inside. Trust no one with it until the sun rises again." The implication was immediate, chilling. A warning system. But warning against what? A player? Or something else that might be listening? My skin prickled. And Rule 3. Serafina leaned forward slightly, her voice barely above a whisper now. Yet it resonated in the cavernous space, sharp and clear. "During the night phase, should you hear howling," she paused, letting the word hang in the air, "a true howl, emanating from within the designated safe circle, be it this lodge or another agreed location, you must not look for the source. Do not turn towards the sound. Cover your ears if you must. Close your eyes. Recite poetry if it helps. But do not seek its origin. Do not try to pinpoint where it comes from, ever." The silence that followed was profound, absolute, heavy with disbelief, and a creeping, insidious dread that tasted metallic on the back of my tongue. This wasn't just a game with quirky house rules. This felt different, ancient, dangerous. The careful structure of game felt like a thin veneer over something dark and hungry. As the last syllable of ever faded into the cold, still air, a distinct sound broke the stillness. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the dripping water. It was a faint, dry, skittering sound, like tiny, sharp claws scrabbling frantically for purchase, echoing distinctly from inside the thick, timbered wall, right behind Serafina's armchair. My blood ran cold. My blood ran cold. Beside me, Ben flinched visibly, letting out a small gasp. Serafina didn't react immediately, her composure absolute. Then, with a slow, deliberate turn of her head towards the sound, followed by a dismissive wave of her elegant hand, she said smoothly, her voice perfectly even, "Old lodges settle. Especially in the damp. Timbers contract, pests move, nothing to be concerned about." But the look in David's eyes just for a fleeting, unguarded second before his mask of neutrality slammed back down wasn't dismissal. It wasn't even simple fear. It was recognition and deep-seated, weary resignation. A cold knot tightened in the pit of my stomach, hard and heavy as riverstone. Settling wood didn't sound like that. Settling wood didn't sound frantic. Settling wood didn't sound hungry. The first night was a strained vigil, fueled by stale coffee and the gnawing echo of past failures. Darkness pressed thick against the thin cabin walls, the silence outside punctuated only by the relentless cadence of dripping water somewhere nearby. Every creak of the aging wood was a potential footstep. Every sigh of wind through the pines seemed to carry a judgment I couldn't escape. I sat rigid on the edge of the mattress, eyes straining in the blackness, forcing down the panic, repeating the mantra. Not this time. Stay alert. Stay in control. This self-imposed trial felt less like atonement, and more like offering myself up as bait. Morning bled gray through the grime on the window pane. The sharp rapping wasn't part of the lodge's settling noises. Chloe's voice, tight and strained. "Alex, Dad. Out here. Now. It's Ben." We found him near the tree line, arranged like some grotesque parody of sleep, eyes wide to the indifferent sky, a thin trickle of something dark frozen at the corner of his mouth. The unnatural chill of his skin was instant, wrong. Chloe, despite the cynical armor she wore, visibly paled. David knelt, his face grim, then rose, shaking his head, a silent confirmation of the impossible. As we carried the disturbingly light body back, Serafina met us with infuriating calm. "Leave him on the rug. Breakfast is served." It was during the tense silence over bowls of rapidly cooling oatmeal that the main door groaned open. Ben stood there. Or rather, a thing wearing Ben's clothes stood there. It shuffled forward, limbs moving with the jerky disconnection of a badly handled puppet. The vibrant spark in his eyes was gone, replaced by a dull, vacant stare. His jaw hung slack. "No," Chloe breathed, scrambling back. She recovered quickly, her skeptical mind kicking in, overriding the initial shock. "Look at the eyes, the skin tone. It's makeup effects. Very good," she conceded grudgingly, peering closer before recoil finally won, but still effects. The Ben thing ignored her, making a soft, wet clicking sound low in its throat as it turned towards Serafina. It smelled wrong, faintly of stagnant water and something chemical, like preservative fluids. Serafina rose, her voice cutting through Chloe's muttered analysis. "Rule 1 is in effect. There will be no vote today." Panic rippled through the small group. Chloe started to argue, referencing the effects she thought she saw, but Serafina's icy stare silenced her. Maya, however, watched the Ben thing with an unnerving, focused intensity, her head tilted as if absorbing data. David stared bleakly into his cup. The sheer, visceral wrongness of the returned Ben, juxtaposed with Serafina's calm acceptance, cemented the dread in my gut. This wasn't effects. This was violation. Later that morning, trying to process the impossible, I noticed something odd. Something odd. A small stack of books on a side table seemed slightly askew, different from how I remembered seeing them earlier, dismissed as nerves. Then, passing the returned Ben who stood unnervingly still near the window, I felt a patch of intense cold radiating from him, chilling me despite the room's ambient temperature. As he shuffled slightly, my gaze caught the window pane behind him. "Ow," I see. Shuffled slightly, my gaze caught the window pane behind him, drawn in the condensation, fleetingly visible. Was that spiral symbol with the 3 intersecting lines? It seemed to burn itself onto my retinas for a split second, before a drop of water trickling down erased it. It felt less like seeing something, more like receiving a message. The second night descended, thick with paranoia. Back in the dubious safety of my cabin, the darkness felt alive. Sleep was a forgotten luxury. It wasn't just imagined sounds anymore. A soft, rhythmic tapping started against the window pane, delicate but insistent. Then, closer, a faint whisper that seemed to brush against my ear, forming no discernible words but heavy with cold malice. I could almost feel a phantom breath on the back of my neck. My heart hammered against my ribs, the old guilt whispering that this was deserved, a tailored punishment. Stay in control, Alex. Morning brought only confirmation of escalating horror. David found Chloe's cabin empty, the window shattered outwards, glass littering the damp ground like frozen tears. Her skepticism hadn't been a shield. Perhaps it had been an invitation. Panic tightened its grip. We gathered in the main hall, the group shrinking, the fear palpable. Then the return stood vacant in the corner. The air crackled with suspicion. It has to be David, one of the remaining background players insisted, voice high-pitched. He knew things. Chloe argued with him yesterday. He was outside longer than anyone. As the accusations flew, David caught my eye across the room. When the panicked gaze of the accusers turned towards him, he subtly, almost imperceptibly, shook his head no. Not a denial of guilt, it felt like, but a warning against the act of accusation itself. Maya spoke then, her voice calm, seemingly reasonable. Let's not jump to conclusions. David's experience might make him seem withdrawn, but that doesn't mean. Yet her defense somehow painted him as knowledgeable, different, making him the easiest target. The vote was swift, desperate, fueled by fear rather than logic. David accepted it with that same profound weariness I had seen earlier. As Serafina gestured him out, he paused at the door, turning back to look directly at me. Watch yourself, Alex, he warned, his voice low and gravelly. Watch who you trust. This place, it gets inside you. Then the door closed behind him, leaving us with the chilling weight of his words. The remaining group tried to discuss strategies, defenses, anything to feel less helpless. My unease about Maya, about the whole setup, solidified. I felt the words rising. The need to voice the suspicion, to break through the facade. Serafina, about Maya. I think she... Blink! Blink! Serafina's eyes met mine across the room. The double blink was slow, deliberate, unmistakable. Rule 2. The warning pierced through my adrenaline like ice water. My mouth clamped shut, the accusation dying unspoken. A cold spotlight seemed to fix on me, marking me. Not just a warning. It felt like an acknowledgement, a selection. I see you seeing. Later, seeking refuge in my cabin, the cold metal of the doorknob felt wrong. Snagged there, stark against the dark wood, was the single strand of coarse silver-gray hair. Tangible proof. Unnatural contact. My hand trembled as I pulled it free. It felt like holding a piece of the abyss. Trust was a forgotten currency. Fear was the only thing binding the few of us left. Myself, Maya, the silent Ben Thing and Mark, whose eyes darted constantly towards the windows. Even the dwindling firewood and packaged meals felt less like game mechanics, and more like the deliberate strangulation of hope by an unseen hand. We barricaded ourselves in the main lodge as the third night fell, dragging furniture, creating a flimsy island in an ocean of encroaching dread. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of fear sweat and the relentless cadence of dripping water that felt like the ticking of some infernal clock. Hours passed in near silence, punctuated only by Mark's shaky breaths and the occasional groan from the lodge's ancient timbers. Then the silence itself changed, deepening into a vacuum, sucking the very air from the room. It began, a low, guttural vibration, felt as much as heard, resonating up through the floorboards, humming in my bones. It swelled rapidly into a full-throated howl, multifaceted, layered with rage and agony, and an inhuman hunger that promised annihilation. It wasn't outside. It wasn't localized. It echoed from within the walls, the ceiling, the floor, seeming to emanate from the very fabric of the lodge, perhaps even from inside my own skull. It clawed at sanity, a sound designed to unmake the listener. Rule 3 screamed in my mind. Panic detonated. Lisa, the young woman who had barely spoken, shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at the peeling wallpaper. "It's in there. I hear it." She lunged towards the wall, scrabbling at it. Before anyone could react, her eyes went wide, then rolled back. She collapsed, utterly limp, hitting the floor with a sickening finality. Mark screamed, a raw animal sound, the primal urge to locate the source, to see the architect of this horror, was overwhelming. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezed my eyes shut so tight stars burst behind them. "Control, Alex. Don't look. Don't make the mistake." I focused on the feeling of the rough floorboards beneath my boots, a desperate anchor in the sonic tempest. Risking the briefest glance through slitted eyelids, my gaze snagged on Maya. She stood rigid amidst the chaos, not cowering, but observing. Her head was tilted, eyes wide, darting analytically around the room. Her lips moved silently, rhythmically. Was she timing it? Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the howl ceased. Silence slammed back in, thick and ringing. Lisa didn't move. Mark choked back terrified sobs, then remained an unmoving shadow. Into that void crept a new sound. Slow, wet, rasping, a heavy, labored breathing, thick with a sickly congestion that reminded me instantly, horribly, of the wrongness emanating from the returned Ben. It was close, right outside the barricaded main door, waiting. The wet, ragged breathing outside the door faded, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like the world was holding its breath before snapping. Mark whimpered softly near the hearth, curled into himself. Lisa's vacant stare accused the ceiling. Ben remained unnervingly still in the corner. Less a person, more a piece of misplaced scenery. The air hung thick and cold, charged with unspoken threats. My gaze locked onto Maya. Her composure wasn't calm. It was disconnect, the analytical glint in her eyes during the howl. Serafina's pointed double-blink warning directed at me. The impossible silver hair. Her deflection onto David. It wasn't paranoia. It was a terrifying mosaic. And she was the cold hand arranging the pieces. Violet burned my throat. Fear warred with a desperate rising fury. The memory of helplessness, of watching disaster unfold because I hadn't acted decisively enough, spurred me forward. Not again. Not again. I pushed myself onto trembling legs, the scrape of my boots on the floorboards echoing unnaturally. Mark flinched. Maya turned, that mask of mild inquiry snapping back into place, but her eyes were sharp, wary. "You knew," I accused. My voice a harsh whisper that cracked the silence. The howl. "You weren't scared. You were timing it, weren't you? Analyzing it." I took a step closer, ignoring the tremor in my hands. And Ben's return? No shock, just clinical interest. "Why, Maya? Why steer us towards David?" She offered that faint, pitying sigh again. Alex, fear makes monsters of shadows. This place, the game. It wasn't a game for Chloe. I shot back, the image of the shattered window flashing in my mind. Or Lisa, was her weakness looking where she shouldn't have? Did she disrupt your precious ritual? The accusation hung heavy between us. The mask didn't just crack. It vaporized. A cold, zealous light ignited in her eyes, chilling me more than the room's unnatural cold. Her lips curved into a smile utterly devoid of warmth. Ritual? Yes. Precious? Essential. Her voice dropped, taking on a fervent, almost reverent tone. You still don't understand. This isn't about winning or losing. The Watcher requires balance, order maintained through fear, through the cycle. My family, we are caretakers. We facilitate. We ensure the balance holds, that the unworthy are pruned. Prune it. The word was obscene. Like Ben, Chloe, Lisa, they failed the tests, she stated simply, as if discussing flawed lab rats. Ben's spirit was porous. Chloe's cynicism threatened the necessary atmosphere. Lisa lacked discipline. She tilted her head, assessing me with that same unnerving focus she'd given the Ben thing. But you, Alex, you resist. You observe. You even follow the rules under duress. Resilience. So what am I? The final test subject. Maya laughed then. A short, sharp, chilling sound. Subject? Perhaps. Or perhaps. Potential. But your interference, your questions, they disrupt the harmony. She took a step towards me, don't you see? Leaving doesn't mean escaping, Alex. Not once you've truly played. The game remembers. The Watcher remembers. Her words, the sheer conviction behind them, acted like a key turning in some cosmic lock. The atmosphere didn't just shift, it fractured. The temperature plummeted instantly, my breath pluming white. The last flickering lamp on a side table sputtered and died with a soft sigh, plunging the vast hall into a disorienting gloom, lit only by weak, sickly moonlight through the tall, grimy windows. A deep, groaning sound resonated from the massive stone hearth, a vibration felt in the teeth, and the whispers started again, louder now, more insistent, seeming to scrape directly against my eardrums. Fragmented names, broken promises, ancient threats swirling in the icy air. Dust sifted down from the high ceiling. The Ben thing in the corner stirred, its head snapping towards us with an audible crack, a low, guttural growl issuing from its slack throat. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, lengthen, detaching themselves from the walls and beginning to writhe, flowing like thick, dark liquid across the floor. You've angered it, Maya hissed, a flicker of something. Fear, exaltation, crossing her face. She lunged not necessarily to attack me, but perhaps to restrain me, to offer me up. It demands focus. Get away from me. I shoved her hard, stumbling backwards towards the dark archway leading deeper into the lodge. Behind me, Maya cried out, a sound of frustration. The Ben thing lurched forward with unnatural speed. I plunged into the hallway's black maw, the air instantly colder, thicker, rank with the smell of decay and ozone. A door further down slammed shut with violent force. I risked a glance back. Maya was silhouetted against the moonlit chaos of the main hall, pursuing me with relentless focus. And behind her the shadows were pooling, rising, coalescing. I ran, terror lending speed to my exhausted limbs. Fate pounded on worn floorboards. The lodge itself seemed to turn against me. Another door slammed shut just ahead. Whispers skittered alongside me, seeming to echo my own fearful thoughts. I veered into what looked like the library, shelves packed with rotting books looming in the darkness. The door slammed shut behind me, the heavy thud echoing finality. Heavy breathing filled the confined space. Slow, wet, rasping. seeming to emanate from the very walls around me, from the air itself. I spun, back hitting dusty wood, eyes frantically searching the gloom. Maya stood framed in the doorway I'd just entered, blocking the path, her expression now terrifyingly serene, almost beatific. "You can't fight it, Alex," she said, her voice soft, hypnotic. "It chose this place long before us. It makes the rules. It is the rule." And behind her, flowing into the room like ink spilled in water, the shadows gathered, pulsed, solidified, not into a wolf, not into any recognizable shape. It was a glitch in the darkness, a shifting fluid silhouette of impossible angles, momentary extrusions like too many limbs, surfaces that seemed to absorb the faint moonlight, and from within that roiling mass, countless unseen eyes fixed upon me, radiating an ancient, soul-deep cold, and a crushing psychic pressure that made my vision swim and threatened to buckle my knees. Adrenaline is a deceptive fuel. It masks pain, overrides exhaustion, but it burns out fast. Mine guttered as I scrambled frantically away from the library. The image of that shifting, multi-eyed shadow burned behind my eyelids. I didn't see where Maya went. Did she pursue? Or did she stay to commune with that thing? I didn't know. I slammed and bolted dusty doors behind me, plunging deeper into the lodge's labyrinthine corridors, each creak of the floorboards, each sigh of the wind outside seeming like pursuit. I eventually collapsed in what might have once been a small sitting room, furniture draped in white sheets like patient ghosts. My body screamed in protest. Cuts stung, bruises throbbed. Mark was dead. Lisa was dead. Chloe vanished. David cast out. Ben irrevocably changed. Serafina, who knew? And Maya. Maya was not playing a game. She was serving a master. Her words echoed, colder than the lodge's pervasive chill. Leaving doesn't mean escaping. The game remembers. If the connection wasn't just the place, then what was it? How could it remember? Dawn was a weak promise staining the eastern sky, but trapped inside these walls, it felt irrelevant. I had confirmed it earlier. Doors warped shut, windows unyielding. The path outside still lost in an unnatural, clinging mist. Physical escape seemed impossible unless something fundamental shifted. Knowledge. That was the only weapon left. Serafina's notes. Where had I seen her study? Driven by a desperate, flickering ember of hope, I forced my battered body upright and began a systematic, terrified search, jumping at every shadow. I found it off a secondary hallway. Small, austere, smelling of dried herbs and brittle paper. Her notes were scattered, frantic. Diagrams of the spiral, dates, names, a grim catalogue of past cycles. But digging deeper, reading lines I'd skimmed over in my earlier panic, Maya's words lent them a horrifying new context. The Watchers bound less to the foundation stones than to the pattern enacted upon them. Fear is the key. The roles are the conduits. Protocols mitigate, yes, but they also attune. Following the rules, even surviving them, deepens the resonance between participant and genius loci. And then, the torn fragment from the older journal I'd found earlier. I smoothed it out with trembling fingers, rereading the archaic script in light of Serafina's clearer, more modern annotations. Disrupt the cycle by shattering the locus where the veil thins and the connection to this place is strongest. It still pointed towards a physical act, likely the hearth. But Serafina's own terrified scrawl on a separate, adjacent page. Perhaps her final entry provided the devastating counterpoint. The locus anchors it here, yes. But severance? No. Survival is not severance. The game imprints. The one who walks away carries the echo, becomes the new vessel, the seed for the next cycle. until balance is restored or consumption complete. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. It laid the trap bare. Destroying the hearth might break the lodge's immediate hold, might interrupt the local manifestation, might even allow physical escape. But the true connection wasn't the place. It was the participation. The game itself was the parasite, and survival was how it spread. I was marked, imprinted, chosen not for salvation, but as a carrier. The horrifying truth settled into my bones. I could leave the lodge, perhaps, but the lodge, the game, the watcher, they wouldn't leave me. But what choice did I have? Sit here and wait for the entity to fully claim me. Hatting the hearth was still the only tangible action, the only disruption hinted at. A flawed plan, maybe even a futile gesture designed by the entity itself, but it was the only move left on the board. Dragging the heavy iron poker, I made my way back to the main hall. The first true rays of dawn now pierced the grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, making the scene seem even more desolate. Lisa and Mark lay like discarded props. The vast stone hearth dominated the room, cold, ancient, silent. It felt like the heart of the decay, the focal point of the lingering dread. Even knowing it might not be the true chain, I had to break this physical link. I hefted the poker, ignoring the screaming protest of my muscles. The whispers seemed to return, swirling just at the edge of hearing, mocking, encouraging. Yes, strike, fulfill the pattern. I pushed the thought away, focused on the action, the impact. The iron rang against the ancient stone. Once, twice, cracks webbed across the carved central keystone. With a final desperate surge of adrenaline, I brought the poker down with all my remaining strength. The keystone shattered inwards with a deafening crack, revealing only darkness within. A wave of intense cold blasted outwards, extinguishing the weak dawn light momentarily. A piercing, silent scream ripped through my mind, forcing a cry from my own lips as I staggered back, dropping the poker. The lodge groaned around me, a deep, structural protest. Then, stillness. The oppressive weight, the feeling of being constantly watched by a malevolent intelligence within the building, lifted. It wasn't gone entirely. The air still felt stale, tainted, but the active presence had receded, leaving behind a hollow echo. Hope, terrifying and fragile, fluttered in my chest. I stumbled towards the main door, the one that had been sealed fast. My hand closed around the cold, heavy handle. I turned. With a low groan of stressed wood, the door swung open. Outside, the world looked impossibly, blessedly normal. The unnatural fog had vanished. The sky was a clear, pale blue. The forest breathed, alive with birdsong, and the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. I didn't pause. I didn't look back. I half ran, half stumbled away from Blackwood Creek Lodge, down the muddy track, onto the blessed firmness of the gravel road. My body screamed. My mind felt fractured, but each step away from that place felt like a victory. Hours later, a sputtering logging truck rumbled into view, the driver's eyes widening at my state, but he thankfully offered a ride towards the distant lights of civilization. Months passed. The city became my refuge, its noise and anonymity a shield. I found a small apartment, a mundane job. Scars faded, cuts healed. I talked to a therapist who spoke of PTSD and trauma bonding, words that felt laughably inadequate. Blackwood Creek became a nightmare I was slowly, painfully waking from. Or so I told myself. But sometimes late at night, the shield would crack. A specific chill in the air unrelated to the weather, the scent of damp earth rising inexplicably from the dry pavement after a rain shower. And then one quiet evening, sitting by my window watching the city lights, it happened. Faint at first, almost subliminal. The smell. ozona and decay, sharp and distinct beneath the scent of traffic fumes and takeout drifting from windows below. My heart began to pound. Memory, I told myself fiercely. Just trauma. But then came the feeling, not a sound heard with the ears, but a low, internal vibration starting deep in my chest, resonating upwards, a familiar, guttural frequency. The distorted, layered, hungry howl, echoing silently within the chambers of my own mind. I stumbled to the bathroom mirror, flicking on the light, needing to see my own reflection, to ground myself in reality. My face stared back, pale, haunted, eyes too wide. Just me, but as I looked deeper, a wave of nausea rolled through me. Behind my own reflection, for a terrifying fractional second I felt, rather than saw, the weight of countless unseen eyes staring back from within. The cold dread wasn't just a memory. It was a presence. The game hadn't ended. The cycle hadn't broken. It had simply found its vessel. The survivor carries the echo. Checkout denied. Forever. The rules were simple, but the price of following them, or worse, breaking them, that was something no one warned us about. What happened at Blackwood Creek Lodge wasn't just a weekend trip. It was a ritual, a cycle, a hunt that never really ends. Now I understand why Serafina called it a simulation. Why Maya never blinked when Ben came back from the dead. Why the howling came from inside the walls. And why I can still hear it, even now. If this story got under your skin, if one of those rules stuck with you, leave a comment. Tell me, what would you have done differently? And subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Because the next time someone invites you to play a harmless little game in the woods, you'll remember this video. And you'll hesitate. You should.